Alright, hello everyone. Welcome back to Ace Attorney. Last time we did day 2 of the investigation to this dubious contraption that you can actually see on the telescreen here. Although, funnily enough, that contraption doesn't really exist anymore because as we got near the end and possibly uncovered what I believe to be the real culprit of this crime, or at least the most culprit of all the culprits here. I think it's a little more complicated than just blaming it on one person. That machine doesn't really exist anymore because we kind of fell for a trap. A double bomb trap of sorts. And who knows if there's now a triple murder, but there's a good chance there might be. I don't know if we're going to get to hear about the results of the two... I think it was two or three police officers that got blown up trying to investigate the machine yesterday while we were busy disarming our own bomb in the laboratory where the machine was apparently built by somebody who might be doing this for nefarious reasons, mainly getting money for nothing, like most people like to do. Hey Doug, how's it going?
Good morning to you, Mr. Naruhodo.
Ah, good morning, Professor. Ready for today's proceedings?
I hope so. I should be, even I with nothing left to...
Good morning, my dear fellows. Is he gonna actually join us today, or is he gonna, like, run off for some reason after everything that happened yesterday? Oh, Mr. Sholmes, you're here. I almost feel like he should be on the witness stand testifying about that bomb at some point. Because he was, like, there with us. There's, like, 5 witnesses to that thing. Assuming he starts denying the allegations.
Why, naturally. A true gentleman stands shoulder to shoulder with his friends at battle at all times.
Thank you. I really appreciate it. I'll see you later, then. I like that he says that despite the last, like, 3-4 times he's popped by here to say hello. He's like, no, I gotta leave. Now, Professor, we really need you to remain calm in the courtroom today.
Yes. Do try hardest not to enter the witness stand uninvited again. Oh, yes, I will. I realize it was a mistake, but I...
My dear fellows, I must interject. Oh, you're still here, Mr. Sholmes. What's the matter?
Surely you've overlooked some praise, have you not? To be cast in my direction,
Sorry, I don't follow.
Must I spell it out? I, the great Herlock Sholmes, the greatest detective of worldwide acclamation, arose at some ungodly hour to be here now. First thing in the morning, a miracle, you must agree.
Well, if I must agree, then...
As you know, my sleep is quite impregnable. Iris had to employ her full gamut of tactics. She pulled the covers off, shook me, poked both cheeks, punched me, and kicked me from the bed. Well, then she poured a boiling cup of her latest experimental blend on my face, and at last I was bestirred.
It took boiling water to wake you up?
Oh my, Iris has been busy.
Iris doesn't have it in her to go that far. She's too nice.
I sense the spirit of a fellow scientist, one who relishes in the infinite possibilities of blending tea. I'm the only one worthy of praise here, not Iris. This is my victory.
I don't think you deserve any praise, considering how much effort it took. The only praise you deserve is how good of a sleeper you are. Oh, Inspector Gregson. Good morning.
Gregson, my dear fellow, why the grim expression of this delightfully early hour?
Oh, I don't know. Maybe because I've been confronted with a grimmer expression, eh?
Dear me. Are you going to take that insult line down, Professor? What? I don't know.
Ah, poor Professor. Anyway, here's the paperwork you asked for. What paperwork?
I took the liberty of requesting it yesterday. I have a feeling it may prove useful.
You wouldn't believe the hoops I had to jump through to get this brought out of the archives. It's the professor's autopsy report.
That mass murderers?
Killed 5 members of the aristocracy. Who's found guilty in Crow's trial 10 years ago now?
Well, it was all done under wraps. Woody was quickly executed soon after the trial. It's all in here.
Interesting. I don't know what to say. Thank you, Inspector. How much want to bet we're going to use that to prove the guy didn't die?
Yes, much obliged, Gregson. We'll slowly lower the yard and just do what we can. In the shadow of the great Detective Sholmes, of course.
What, is Iris in the room with us right now? Well then, Professor Harebrained, this is it. Today we're going to lay all this to rest at last.
I wish you the best of luck, Professor. I suppose he'll be in there today, will he? Zeba.
Yes.
We expect the prosecution to summon him as a witness. I'm still amazed that you managed to find him in just one day. I really owe you both so much.
Counsel, the defendant. The trial's about to resume. Kindly make your way to the courtroom at once.
This is it then, the final chapter. Funny, my heart's racing a little. I've not felt this before actually, this strange foreboding. As if something's going to happen in this trial that I'm not ready for. Another bomb perhaps? Are we gonna find out that our defendant really is guilty? But I can't let that distract me from the only thing that really matters. Finding the truth.
In the name of Her Majesty the Queen, I hereby declare this court to be in session again. We resume the public hearing of Albert Harebrained, here present, who stands accused of murder. Are the counsels for the prosecution and defense ready to proceed?
Oh, he brought a friend today.
The prosecution is ready, my lord.
The defense is ready, my lord. As promised, Lord Van Zieks has his apprentice with him. His apprentice with memory loss.
If I may, Lord Van Zieks.
Yes, my lord.
There appears to be someone standing at your side.
Ah, yes. My apprentice and assistant. As the prosecution believes today's proceedings will seize, the complexity of this case rise considerably. I therefore instructed my assistant to attend to ensure the smooth running of the trial.
Yeah, I can see what he might bring to the table here. And the smooth running of liquid refreshments, by the look of it.
The way he holds his mouth, the way he moves. It couldn't be anyone else.
But he's still suffering from amnesia, so there's really nothing we can do at the moment.
I know, but... Oh, this is so very hard.
It would appear the prosecution has done a fine job in responding to the demands of the court made yesterday. I understand you have successfully secured the engineer who disappeared from the scene on the day in question?
Yes, my lord. I intend to call him as a witness shortly.
Very good. Very good. Now then, ladies and gentlemen of the jury, who have been chosen at random to represent the will of the people in the courtroom today? Are you ready and willing to proceed? Of course, my lord. I'm sure we all understand the importance of doing our civic duty.
I do so despise deception and deceit. I find it so very wearing.
To take a man's life with a conjuring trick, it is against the magician's code, not to mention the law. Many fake scientists should feel the wrath of God, if you ask me.
We have to listen to what's said on both sides. Defense and, the center on one. What's it, is it?
Wasn't like them my own day. Wasn't like this at all. All parties are ready to proceed. You may begin, Lord Van Zieks.
Before I do, my lord, there is a report I must read to the court. Yesterday at the Great Exhibition grounds, the evidence of primary importance in this case is the super high voltage instantaneous kinesis machine, which was installed on the experimentation stage, was deliberately destroyed in an explosion affected by an unknown person or persons.
It was... what? An explosion? This is an outrage. Yes, I heard the grave news yesterday. Scotland Yard submitted a report to my office in the evening. I read that the machine was blasted to smithereens, and the wreckage reduced to ashes in the flames.
I have here a photographic print of the scene taken in the wake of the explosion. That's less damage than I thought there would be. I was expecting, like, the entire thing to be gone. Like, the stand and everything, the tower and everything. It shows what little remains of the machine.
Yes. A terrible business.
He did it to destroy the evidence, did he? That Enoch Trevor.
The court will take this print as evidence, counsel.
Photograph prepared the experimentation stage after it was completely leveled by a time bomb. The metal floor of the stage has been blown open by the explosion. Late yesterday afternoon, the prosecution afforded to the machine by the Special Dispensation for Scientific Equipment Act was revoked. However, before a thorough investigation could begin, the investigation was obliterated from existence. As such, this will become a very different trial. As it stands now, with no evidence on which to draw meaningful conclusions, the authenticity of the kinesis machine will remain forever in obscurity.
Indeed. A most unfortunate state of affairs.
However, one thing remains clear. The victim's death was the result of the actions of the accused. Of that, we can be certain. For it was the accused himself who was operating the machine and who ultimately caused its loss of control. As Lord Renziques rightly says, this is a very different trial now. The accused accepts responsibility for his part in the events that transpired. He acknowledges that Mr. Asman died as a result of the accident caused by his machine's malfunction. However, unbeknownst to the professor, he was being deliberately deceived by a pair of very clever fraudsters.
Names, counsel, if you please.
The engineer, Mr. Enoch Trevor, and the victim himself, Mr. Odie Asman. So what exactly were these two men up to behind the defendant's back? The defense intends to expose that information, thus establishing the unequivocal innocence of the defendant. How about the Nintendo Direct? Yeah, today was a pretty horrible day to have a Direct like that and then be talking about on stream, because unfortunately we have this we're playing today, which is quite unfortunate. But yeah, the Direct was very good. As a Xenoblade fan, it was very nice to finally see some certain things during that Direct. A lot of which I'm probably not going to be interacting with because I already beat the trilogy, so thanks for waiting a year, Nintendo. Couldn't have come out with this last year instead. Would have been much more convenient, if you ask me. But, oh well. I didn't want to hold off on my playthrough much longer. I got tired of waiting for the Switch 2 versions to come out. But I mean, 4 looks really good. And yeah, I mean, Zelda was at the end, but honestly, it's Ocarina of Time. I don't really give a shit about Ocarina of Time. I have said in the past that Ocarina of Time is probably my least favorite Zelda. And I would have definitely preferred Majora's Mask. But there's lots of other stuff there too that I'm excited for. Maybe if we have like some downtime, I'll talk about in a bit. Yeah, Kingdom Hearts 4, that was a surprise. You know what? If you told me Kingdom Hearts 4 was going to be revealed at, well, not revealed, but like shown off for the first real time at a Nintendo Direct, I probably would not have believed that. That's the last place I expected Kingdom Hearts 4 to get a gameplay reveal, was at a Nintendo thing. But that's cool, it's coming to everything at the same time, including the Switch.
and it only took them an extra, what, 5 years to finally put PS3 games on a Nintendo console. I still don't really understand. Like, okay, 3 I can kind of get. Maybe that wouldn't have run very well on Switch. 1, I still think it was really stupid and weird that they couldn't be bothered to port the rest of the Kingdom Hearts games to Switch properly, and they just gave cloud versions. That was kind of stupid. Especially now that they're discontinuing those versions, and now you have to buy them again if you want to keep playing them. Because, yes, that makes perfect sense. But hey, you know what? $100 for all the games, not a bad deal. So, you know, if you somehow don't have them on PS4 or PC, or I guess Xbox as well, it's not a bad place to pick them up now that they actually exist and aren't just online versions. But yeah, Kingdom Hearts 4, I'm probably going to pick it up for PS5 just because the rest of my collection of Kingdom Hearts is PlayStation related. So I'll probably just get it there. But if that comes out next year, then, you know, expect a stream of that whenever it does. Because I've been waiting for that. Although I guess now I gotta kick up the pace on streaming those mobile games. Somehow. I think most of it's kind of just a visual novel, so I think we'll be fine. But I need to figure out the best way to, like, actually play and stream those, because trying to do phone emulation is always a pain in the ass. And BlueStacks is not always the best answer, unfortunately. Yeah, and then Deltarune is this month, which I'm so glad that's a Wednesday. I think it's a Wednesday. Is it a Wednesday? Yeah, it's a Wednesday. Thank God it's a Wednesday. That means I'll be able to play that the day it comes out. So there will indeed be a Deltarune stream on the 24th. I don't know if we'll beat it all in one stream. The last chapter was pretty long. But there will be a stream that day, and then hopefully we can just get through it all in one sitting. But yeah, it's a good thing it's a Wednesday. It means I don't have to like try and juggle and move around other stuff for Deltarune. Was not expected to come out so fast. I was kind of expecting it to be a few more months away. But yeah, the only problem with those Kingdom Hearts collections, of course, in my opinion, is they do not have the DS games playable. The DS games are probably two of my favorites, and or at least like 358 was. Recoded was okay, but 358 was really good, and it's a real shame that those games are still like not even playable. They're just cutscenes. I guess they didn't want to bother remastering them, but those are like the I wish that at least one of those was in the collection, but they just put them in as like cutscenes and story in there. What else was there? There was oh yeah, Vanillaware had announced a remake of Muramasa, which is their other side-scrolling action RPG, kind of like Odin Sphere. I've been waiting for that for a very long time. I was gonna pick up the Vita version, but I'm glad I held off on that because this is definitely the better option. Also, it's coming to PC, which is not something Vanillaware has ever done before. They've said in the past they do not want their games on PC. They're not planning to ever develop their games for PC. And then now this is going to be the first one that comes to PC, so that's cool, I guess. What else was there? And then the Japanese Direct had a few things. There was a new Atelier, which was like briefly shown off in America, but it got like a full overview in the Japanese one. I didn't know there was a remake of Steins Gate existing. Apparently that was announced a few weeks ago. Looks pretty good. Way better than the one that was based off the anime, that's for sure. Hopefully it's actually faithful to the original script and not whatever they did with the other remake. But I do like the look of that. I might actually pick that up because I have it on PS3, but I never finished it. So I'd be down to play it through that way. And the last thing I ever expected to show up in Nintendo Direct was actual, like, mainline Toho was there. They fucking announced a remake of 6, which infamously Zune, the creator of Toho, lost the source code for. Hence why 6, 7, and 8 are not on Steam, and only games made after 9 were on Steam. Because he had no way of, like, making them available there. So he had to, like, apparently just reprogram the entire game from scratch. And not only did he do a remake of it, but it also includes the actual original game in there, too. So that's like kind of insane, actually. Hopefully, that means that 7 and 8 aren't too far behind, because this 1 for 6 looks really good. They added a proper hitbox to focus mode, like every other Toho game afterwards. There's like I said, you could play the original. They redid all of the sprites and the character artwork as well. Music's apparently been remastered too, so it's looking really good. That's a crazy thing to have like show up in a direct and get like an actual trailer spot for. Of course, that would never have been shown in American Direct. But that is like, okay, yeah, you want no, forget Kingdom Hearts 4. I could kind of even see Kingdom Hearts 4 being a Nintendo Direct. I would not have expected a Toho game to be on a Nintendo Direct. Like that's just not something you ever expect any of the like the three main to be showing off for anything. Yeah, Pokemon Pokopia game DLC, who cares? I the first like 10 minutes of the direct was like I was just tuned out because it was like, oh, Fire Emblem, oh, Pokopia, oh, okay, well, except for Rhythm Heaven. That was cool to see that trailer. But like after that I was like, oh, whatever. I only need to watch for like the next like 20 minutes until I don't know, I guess Wii Sports Resort 2 exists, so that's kind of neat, but they got rid of all the sports I like, so who cares, really? But yeah, like the first little bit was just like, oh, great, Pokopia and then Fire Emblem, good. Get this shit out of here quickly so we can get on to actual decent stuff. But yeah, it was a pretty decent direct. No Mario, though. I'm surprised there was no Mario. I guess that's why there was Zelda at the end. I'm surprised they didn't have more things to show about Zelda. But if it's coming out this year, I'd imagine they're going to have a direct for it probably in the next couple months. And then we'll actually get to see some. I'm curious what it looks like. But again, it's Ocarina of Time. That is like my least favorite Zelda. And despite that, I've still played through it like 3 different times. If it is, I would only be interested if it's either like a complete remake, like in the style of like Final Fantasy VII or like Resident Evil 2 and 3. Something like that, where it's just like completely different game from the original. Or if it also has the Master Quest. If it's 1-to-1, I would prefer if it also has a Master Quest version also included, like on the 3DS. Those are the only 2 ways I'm going to care enough to pick it up. One of these days I will stream Ocarina of Time, for sure. It will happen. I mean, we're playing through all the other Zeldas. I might as well, it'll eventually come on stream. But at this point, it's still more likely to be the 3DS version, and we'll play Master Quest, because I've never actually played all the way through Master Quest. And I think it's definitely something that, you know, since the 3DS version exists, any other remake of Ocarina of Time afterwards, if it doesn't have that, then it is an objective downgrade from the 3DS version. So that's my take on that. I prefer when games, if they're going to remake a game, that needs to have all the previous content included. That should just be like the standard. And so anytime the game doesn't do that, I'm like, well, I don't care about this anymore. Master Quest was originally GameCube, yeah. It was, from my understanding, it was like scrapped ideas from the original game, and then they turned into like a pre-order bonus for, I think it was Wind Waker. It was Wind Waker was one. It was if you pre-ordered Wind Waker at certain stores, you got the Master Quest disc as well as a pre-order bonus, and they handed that to you when you paid for your pre-order, and it had Ocarina of Time and the new Master Quest version all on the same disc, ported to GameCube. And then the 3DS version came out like 2011, and it had Master Quest as an unlockable once you beat the original game, and you could just play through with the Master Quest dungeons. I think also the 3DS version added, it made it harder, like enemies hit harder. I don't think the GameCube version had stronger enemies, but that was something they added to the 3DS version. So, like, if they're going to remake Ocarina of Time, it needs the Master Quest thing, because the 3DS version exists and it has that content. So unless you're making a completely brand new game that just kind of sort of looks and feels like Ocarina of Time, it needs Master Quest if you're going to keep it even remotely faithful. Given that trailer intro, though, I don't know. Maybe this is going to be its own like new original thing. Link looks very different. He has like a more Twilight Princess style garb on instead of like the original Kokiri outfit. It seems like they might be kind of mixing the two together, which could be interesting. If it gets a more expansive world like Twilight Princess and they turn to like something on the scale of Twilight Princess, I think that would be really cool, and I would definitely be interested in that. But I don't know. We'll see what that ends up look like. I'm imagining like what Star Fox, that way it's looking right now, the 64 remake. It's probably going to be something like that, like in terms of fidelity, and I think that trailer's definitely hinting at that for sure. It's going to be like hyper realistic quality, which I wouldn't expect that from any other entry in the series really, except maybe Majora's Mask, maybe Twilight Princess. But it kind of works for Ocarina of Time. They did something similar with the 3DS version. Yeah, Rayman looks really good too. I want to get Legend Retold. I never like really finished Legends on Wii U. I played a lot more of Origins than Legends, and Legends, but I still like Legends quite a bit. It had some really fun side things. I hope they keep a lot of the side modes. They announced like the multiplayer soccer thing, but there was like other modes in there too, that were, well, they worked best on Wii U. I don't know how exactly they translated them to other systems that didn't have a touchscreen, but hopefully they have all of that content. But it looks pretty good. Like it's 3D now, which is interesting. But it still looks faithful to original, and it comes with a remaster of Origins. So I mean, might as well. It's not a horrible combination to have there. It's like $60 I think Canadian, and it comes with 2 games. That seems like a pretty good deal to me. So I'll probably pick that up and then play through that because Rayman Legends is really good. Origin and Legends are both really good. I forgot that they ported Legends to Switch. That was like a long time ago, wasn't it? I don't think Origins ever came to Switch though, so that'll be kind of new for some people. Yeah, well, this is very different though. Retold's like a new thing. It's because they added like plot and stuff, and now Rayman's got voice acting, which I kind of forgot he used to in the past. Because I think Rayman 3 was voice acted. I don't remember. I never really played that one, but yeah, it's kind of weird hearing him talk. Because like I forgot that was a thing that he used to do for a little bit. So yeah, hopefully this version also has all the content from the original Wii U release, and then whatever else they're adding. Because I think they're adding a new world and they're adding like an actual plot. Because Legends did not have a story. It was like void of story. It was like the most basic ass thing to connect the levels, more so than a Mario game. Mario had more plot than Rayman Legends. That's how little there was, and I think that part of that like that lack of connective tissue is what kind of made me not like Legends as much as Origins. It just kind of felt weird to play through, where it's just like this is just a series of levels and not really much more. But Origins and Legends play very similarly, so it was more of Origins, which was totally fine. But even so, it felt weird because there was that lack of like continuity between each level. Yeah, and then there's the music stages were always a good time. I mean, it's probably whatever stuff they have sitting around licenses for from Just Dance, because I think that's what they did with the original. It's like, how else can we use these music licenses we have sitting here? I don't know, throw them into Rayman, I guess. They'll probably like that. But maybe it means we'll get a new Rayman game, who knows? Maybe that Rayman 4 that was like promised over 20 years ago will finally happen. But I guess it remains to be seen on that. But yeah, otherwise, I don't know, what else was there? There wasn't really too much else I cared for necessarily. There's some kind of surprises to see. Capcom was like supporting the fuck out of the system, which is nice to see. But aside from that, I don't really know. I'm trying to remember what else was like even really worthwhile to me. Stuff I'll probably end up playing at some point, but like nothing I was like chomping at the bit to be pre-ordering or whatever. Aside from like Rhythm Heaven, but that's been known for a while now, and I'll probably, and of course Xenoblade. I'll probably take a look at I don't know. I want to see what the Ocarina of Time looks like before I decide if I'm gonna get that or not. I hope it's like a new original-esque, like could be considered a new game just with Ocarina of Time story, because that'd be pretty sick actually if they do that. Yeah, Spyro looked weird. They didn't really show anything of that, so it's hard for me to like really get psyched for it because like I'm assuming it's gonna be a platformer, but we only saw like what a few seconds of footage the other day, so I don't know. I didn't really watch any of the other shows. I watched the main stage thing on Friday, but there was like nothing. There was nothing there except the Final Fantasy thing at the end. I watched 2 hours of that for Final Fantasy. Was it worth it? Uh, Maybe, but I mean, I already knew I was getting Final Fantasy 7. Like, I mean, obviously I have to play the third part. I've played the other two, and I'm gonna play them again when it's closer to release. But yeah, it it was looking all pretty good. Yeah, no, direct overall though, the direct was really good. I think the Japanese direct was better because it had Toho and Steins Gate in it, which I wasn't expecting. Um, oh yeah, and then there's like the new Tales of remake of like I think it was like a PS1 Tales of game or something like that. I don't remember what it was called. I haven't really played any Tales of games. I just know that I played a couple, like briefly played one of them, thinking it was like a Secret of Mana multiplayer, but it turns out it wasn't. So I got turned off on it at the time, and haven't really returned to them since. Yeah, they showed off. They announced Persona 6. I think Xbox had it. They showed a logo. It was a logo trailer, proving that it exists, and that's about it. That's all we know. And then they showed off Persona 4, which that one looks pretty good. At least it doesn't. They confirmed the golden content, so you know I'm not upset about it. Like with 3, they really fucked up with 3. If there was a version of like 3 Reloaded that had like all of the DLC included, released at some point, maybe I'd be a little more interested. But I went out and just like once they confirmed that Answer wasn't in like the base game, I went out and bought a copy of P3 for PS2 because I'm like like I said, I don't want to pay for remakes that have less content than the original game, right? Or like previous releases at least. It's like why are you charging DLC for this? That makes no sense. This is old content. You should if you're remaking the game, you got to be committed to remaking everything and putting it in one package. At least that's what I think. But anyways, we're gonna continue with this. Unfortunately, there's no Ace Attorney at anything this week. I'm very disappointed about that. I don't know what the fuck Capcom's doing. You know, forget Onimusha, forget Dragon's Dogma, forget all that crap. Where was Ace Attorney during any of these things? I was waiting all week for that. No Mario, no Ace Attorney. It was very sad to see. So hopefully, they still have an Ace Attorney coming at some point. Hopefully. Because they've apparently been like... There was the leaks like 5 years ago saying that there was indeed an Ace Attorney 7 being thrown around the office. I was hoping it was more than that. Hope someone picked it up and started working on it. But who knows? At this point, it's like that's gonna become the next Half-Life 3. I feel like we're not getting Ace Attorney 7 because it doesn't exist. I almost want to say that there's more evidence that Half-Life 3 exists than Ace Attorney 7, which is unfortunate. But maybe someday. Anyways, we still have some time to be getting through all these games before they do announce an Ace Attorney 7. You know, it's not like the Tevi DLC coming out of nowhere, or like Deltarune suddenly getting a release date like 2 weeks from now. Not even. We got plenty of time before we have to worry about Ace Attorney 7, unfortunately.
Thank you, counsels. The position of prosecution and defense have been clearly stated. Lord Van Zix, summon your first witness, please.
At once, my lord. The prosecution calls the engineer, Mr. Enoch Turber, to the stand.
I can't wait to see this guy's breakdown. It's gonna be so good.
State your name and occupation for the court.
Name? Enoch Turber. Occupation? To pin down, I would say. Your file indicates that you are currently being investigated in connection with another case. The theft of a waxwork model, is it? A most extraordinary sounding business. But that has no bearing on this trial, I assure you. Cleave it from your mind.
Uh-huh, sure.
You're familiar with the public experiment carried out at the Great Exhibition some days ago? The accused super high voltage instantaneous kinesis demonstration. Yes, you could say that. I am aware of it. There was a terrible accident, wasn't there? It was you, Mr. Dever, who constructed the vast machine used in this experiment, or so investigations indicate. Can you confirm your involvement? Yes, I constructed it, in precise accordance with the blueprints, but that's all. Then the court would be very interested to hear your thoughts about the machine, I'm sure. An amazing device, if you ask me. The pinnacle of modern science, making instantaneous kinesis a reality at last. What? Good gracious! Do you mean to say that the experiment was bona fide? Is that your belief, sir? Yes, that is very much my belief. Such a waste that it blew up.
Objection!
We've already established the machine was nothing more than a prop for an elaborate conjuring trick.
Objection!
You've established nothing of the sort. All that was shown during yesterday's proceedings is that the same outcome could have been produced by means of stage trickery. The defense merely proposed a method and demonstrated its feasibility, nothing more. But... We've procrastinated long enough, I feel. Witness, you will now give your formal testimony. About the machine that you constructed for the purpose of the demonstration at the Great Exhibition. Understood. I met the young professor approximately 1 year ago, during Mr. Asman's introduction. He provided me with the blueprints and I constructed the machine to his precise specifications. It was no trick. If the whole show was a fraud, it would have required a body double. Tell me, did the victim have a twin? All the spectators saw the birdcage appear above their heads and then crash headfirst into the crystal tower. A terrible accident, I grant you. Perhaps the science of which the machine was built was flawed somehow. A body double? That goes without saying, surely. To give the impression that somebody has moved when in reality it hasn't. It's a basic conjuring principle. The deception cannot be achieved without substituting the original with a fake at some point in the performance. But would I be right in saying you haven't managed to establish anything along those lines? Incidentally, as the prosecution has already confirmed that Mr. Asman has no twin siblings. It's my understanding that this witness is well versed in conjuring artfulness. But such talents do not indicate that he was actually able to accomplish what he claims. Namely, the construction of what by all accounts must have been an extremely complex scientific machine. Whatever do you mean? Yesterday's proceedings brought the true nature of your plastic exploits to light, Mr. Trevor. Indeed it did, my lord. As a swindler who preys on innocent scientists who elicit government grant money through conjuring know-how. Yes, it's true that I possess considerable knowledge of stage magic. But crucially, my scientific knowledge more than matches that of any academic in the field. Investigation of the witness's workshop attests to that claim, my lord. As evidence, but the police found this Royal Society trophy for young talent in science there.
Yes, that's true. We spotted it there ourselves.
If a hypothesis is sound, it can always be forged into a physical manifestation, with sufficient skill.
Though I may have sold the secrets of some deceptive wiles to sniveling, talentless scientists in the past.
Would you therefore assert that the explosion of the machine was
An unfortunate accident. Or, of course, a deliberate act of murder carried out by misuse of the science.
Counsel for the defense? Your cross-examination, please.
Yes, my lord. This guy's not really confirming or denying anything. I don't know if I'd really say he's avoiding the questions, but just sort of like rearranging them. He's being very careful about his words. So you're already acquainted with Mr. Asman himself?
Not really. By chance I'd seen his name mentioned in the papers, that's all. But I had no interest in his private affairs. If he was an unscrupulous investor, it was no concern of mine. As long as people pay their bills, I take up my tools and construct what they ask for.
So why did Mr. Osmond approach you in particular then?
Who can say? I presume because my name is associated with excellence in engineering.
Well, not to mention excellence in fraud.
Hard to gauge, but the point is, all I did was construct the machine according to the blueprints I was given.
In other words, the Kinesis machine was built on solid scientific principles. Well, in other words, it was built on the blueprints that he was given. We don't know where those blueprints came from or who made them or how scientifically accurate they are.
Yes, you might say that. Professor Harebrained certainly has a mind like no other.
Let's go that you've both scientific knowledge and knowledge of conjuring magic, however.
The more knowledge you have, the better equipped you are to handle whatever comes along. But your implication is that I furnished the machine with some trickery, I think.
That's a possibility that we have to explore.
Unfortunately, though, the machine has been blown to Kingdom Come. So there's really nothing left to explore, is there? It appears that the Kinesis machine was fitted with a timed explosive device of some kind. And there's nothing left of that device either. Not a single shred of evidence remaining, I hear.
You must have planned all this from the outset.
But in any case, it's abundantly clear that the experiment couldn't have been a trick.
Of course, that's it. Mr. Asman was a twin.
Objection!
Dude, you just finished talking about how he didn't have any twins.
Perhaps my learned friend wasn't listening earlier.
Mr. Asman has no twin siblings. No, I heard you before, but the thread of hope hadn't quite left me. It was his doppelganger, Mr. Basman.
Demonstration could have been a trick if there was somebody who looked sufficiently like the victim. But Dr. Scythe absolutely ruled that out as a possibility. It is beyond questions that the victim himself, Mr. Osmond, didn't move from the stage to the Crystal Tower. The fingerprints found at the scene attest to the fact. So it can't have been orchestrated using someone who looked identical to Mr. Osmond then. What are you thinking, Mr. Naruhodo?
Oh, no, nothing. Oh, just that the idea of someone who looked identical to the victim is playing on my mind.
Hold it!
It crashed head first, you say?
According to the many witness reports from those at the time, yes.
Were you not there at the exhibition grounds on the day?
Unlikely. I rarely leave my workshop.
Yet another of your unique inventions was found at the scene.
Well, it was the unveiling of a machine I'd labored over for many months. I saw it clearly with my own eyes. The birdcage plummeted headfirst into the tower.
I don't think that was the invention he was talking about. What a surprise.
I believe the victim's neck was broken from the headlong fall, wasn't it?
How would you have come by that information?
Even an inferno recluse like me reads the newspapers, you know? According to the reports, 2 injuries were apparent on the victim's body.
Yes, he'd been stabbed in the chest by a screwdriver believed to belong to the defendant, and he had broken vertebrae as a result of a fall from a considerable height.
Correct. My learned friend has been doing his research, it seems.
Do we know which injury was the fatal one?
Sadly not. Forensic science is not yet at a level where such things can be determined. What we do know is that the victim died having sustained both injuries at some point during the experiment. And since he was found in the birdcage with his neck broken, it's obvious that he fell from a considerable height.
I suppose that's hard to deny. Maybe someone just like snapped his neck before sending him in there.
Hold it!
So you understood the science, did you?
Not in the slightest.
Oh, right.
As I've said a number of times, I'm an engineer. My job is to manufacture according to the blueprints I'm given. I would be inviting manifold problems if I foolishly allowed my brain to digest the ideas behind them. I could be accused of stealing those ideas, for example.
But how is it possible to construct a machine without really understanding the principles it relies on? You don't need to understand the principles of Lego pieces and how they fit together to put together a model kit, do you?
Well, you're practicing law without really understanding the principles it relies on, aren't you?
A very good point.
Stand up for yourself, Mr. Naruhodo.
The point is the experiment resulted in instantaneous kinesis taking place. As such, the science must be sound.
Yes, and really experiment's results are all that matters when it comes to proving a hypothesis.
He's certainly very sure of himself.
What do you think, Mr. Naruhodo?
Well, now that the machine has been completely destroyed by yesterday's explosion, it's going to be impossible to argue its authenticity one way or the other.
But if we're unable to establish that it was a piece of stage trickery rather than genuine science, you'll have no grounds on which to demonstrate Professor Harebrain's innocence.
Both Mr. Asman and this man in the stand tricked the professor and used him. They took advantage of his naivety and his unbending belief in his work, and I won't let them get away with it. And seeing as the professor is an old friend of Lord Van Zeek's, what on earth must he be feeling towards Trevor? Okay, what are we looking for here then? Provide me with blueprints and construct the machine to its precise specifications. Will show as a fraud, it would have required a body double. Do we have anything? All specters saw the birdcage appear above their heads and crash headfirst into Crystal Tower. Terrible accident grants you perhaps the science on which the machine was built was flawed somehow. So the only new things we've gotten so far today are this. And this is the autopsy report from the murderer from a few years ago. Death by hanging confirmed at midnight, 17th of June. Okay. This camera was empty, but it did have a blood stain on it. This is his trophy. There's a little metal plaque here. Look. Fostering burgeoning talent for the future of scientific discovery.
It seems rather ironic, doesn't it?
But clearly Mr. Trevor was a very talented scientist. Can we open it up? No? Not that kind of trophy? Oh, I assigned me to go that way. I meant to go the other way. Run me with blueprints, I construct the machine to its precise specifications. Science on which the machine was built was flawed somehow.
Objection.
No? Okay. I thought we were gonna question his knowledge of the science. He's trying to play ignorant. It seemed like in the pressing he was playing ignorant towards like knowing the science. Is like, I don't want to pay attention to science. It's not my place to indulge in that information. Meanwhile, the guy's like a genius of his own right. At least according to his trophy. Kind of body double. This one's a really weird one because I feel like I have a guess as to where this case is going. However, I don't think we have the evidence yet to start going down that rabbit hole. Do we have any of the blueprints or anything like that? No, right? Met the young professor approximately 1 year ago through Mr. Asman's introduction. I don't think we have anything disproving that. Seems kind of like a weird thing to disprove. Provide me with the blueprints and I construct the machine to its precise specifications. It was no trick. Do we use the photograph on one of these? It all shows a fraud required a body double. We don't have any way to prove a body double. Inspectors saw the birdcage appear above their heads and crash into the crystal tower. Head first, it says. I don't think it was head first.
Objection.
No, that's not it. It's broken on the bottom. That's not head first, that's feet first. Is that not the... Or is that the top? Hang on, is that the top? No, that's the bottom. Because you'd stand up here, like this. The bottom's got destroyed. If it was head first, then shouldn't the top be crushed in, not the bottom? That's a little weird. I'm surprised that wasn't it. Because it seemed just like, you know, just off the main, like, it's just not obvious enough for it to be the right thing. Okay, let me press him again on this one.
Hold it.
Crash head first. Yeah, everyone says it crashed head first, but then why is this birdcage different? The, what's it saying here about this? Yeah, this is the one that crashed into the crystal tower. Although I think when we found that piece of evidence, we found it back on the demonstration tower. Yeah, and then they talk about the neck, and then also getting pierced through the heart with a screwdriver. But they can't tell which is which. Obviously, he fell from considerable height. Well, yeah. I think we kind of sort of proved that last time.
Hold it.
Oops, fuck, I pressed L. Yeah, then he was like, oh, not in the slightest. I don't understand any of the science. And it's like... So, I don't know if we have any of these, but we don't have the blueprints, so how do we prove that it was designed to the specifications? Maybe the photo is the right way to go. That seems kind of weird, though, because how is that going to relate to the blueprints exactly? But that hole that's at the bottom, we didn't know about that until now. We suspected something like that, but wasn't known until we saw that photo. Okay, I might try the photo a little bit, because it seems... I mean, it's newer evidence, although a lot of this evidence is technically new. Met the young professor approximately 1 year ago through Mr. Asman's introduction. Find me at the blueprints and construct the machine to its precise specifications. It was no trick. And why is there a hole at the bottom? Where's the picture?
Objection.
No, that's not it. It might still be the photograph, but I don't know what other statement I would use it on, though. I reviewed the blueprints and construct the machine to its precise specifications. We've required a body double. Did the victim have a twin? I mean... Wait, I thought we didn't know the cause of death. But here in the autopsy report it says that he was pierced to death, and then he broke his neck. And didn't we spend, like, the previous court day, like, trying to figure out this order of events? And actually argued about this very thing? Broken vertebrae most likely resulting from impact after a sudden fall from a considerable height. It wasn't head first, necessarily. He's saying it's head first, but I don't think it was. It just says a sudden fall from a considerable height.
Objection.
Okay, yeah, I guess that was a little vague. I'll give it that one. Perhaps the science on which the machine was built was flawed somehow. Well, that's been our whole argument this whole time, is that this whole thing's a trick, so how do we... How do we, like, show that it was a trick? Way too much evidence here to try and, like, just brute force it. You know, floor of the stage been blown open by the explosion. I don't think that's relevant yet. Or this. Or definitely that. It's gonna be, like, probably one of these pieces of evidence here. We got this one yesterday. That's just a picture of Trevor, so I don't think that's really going to be relevant. Did we try this one?
Objection.
I don't know if we tried this combination. I'm still not really sure, like, what we're trying to disprove with his testimony. Because it's... like, the only real leads we have to go on here is that we want to prove it's a trick, right? But, like, I don't really know what we have that can help bring up that line of reasoning again. Like, okay, so the science is probably flawed somehow. Great. What do we have that could, like, prove the science is flawed?
Guilty.
We don't have any blueprints, do we?
Guilty.
Guilty.
I didn't think we had blueprints. The closest we had was that diagram of the setup at the show. That is hardly a blueprint. And it's not like we can bring his scientific knowledge into question here, because that trophy doesn't seem to be very useful at the moment. Okay, I'm gonna, like, pay attention to what they say afterwards to see if we can figure out how exactly we need to... yeah. We didn't unlock any new statements or anything, so we're good. Okay, let's see here. Certainly very sure of himself. Now that the machine has been completely destroyed, it's going to be impossible to argue its authenticity, right? So we need to establish it's a piece of stage trickery. Okay, that makes sense. Alright, so we need to prove that this man is a fraudster. Okay, so he met him, provided me with blueprints to construct the machine to his precise specifications, no trick. So it's got to be the statement then, because he straight up says it's no trick, so we need to show that yes, it was a trick, right? We don't have any way to prove that he had a twin. Unless we really are going down the waxwork road at this moment. But we don't, like... Okay, the problem with that right now that I have is that the only waxwork thing we have is of the professor, like the murderer known as the professor. And we don't know what he looks like because his head is stuck in a suit of armor helmet. So we don't know if he looks... Could this be used as a thing? Maybe that's what we want?
Objection.
No, okay. I figured it was probably a little early, but I wouldn't put it past this game to, like, try and make you jump the gun randomly when you least expect it. Construct the machine to its precise specifications. It was no trick. Scorch marks. That's from the balloon. I don't know what that's to do with, like, this being not a trick. Or a trick. I mean, the glass... Well, the glass will help prove that somebody stole it. That's going to be for later when we talk about the statue. Death by hanging. There's a number of threads here that I'm seeing. I'm just not sure what we want to start with is the problem. What we're supposed to be starting with. I mean, I guess like the fact that it was... We need to prove it was a trick, but I don't know what evidence we need to do that. I thought maybe this would be good for... The birdcage thing was going to be good for... this. Appear above their heads and crash headfirst in Crystal Tower, but apparently the fact that the birdcage... I mean, it clearly looks like the birdcage went feet first into the tower, not head first. But we can't disprove that by showing the birdcage, apparently. It's not what they want. Select the machine is precise specifications, so there's no trick. I feel like it's gotta be this one.
Objection.
I don't know. Trying anything like remotely relevant at this point. What else can we try on this one here? Something to prove it wasn't a trick. Or prove it was a trick, I mean. Did I try this on this one? I think I did. Because I thought we were gonna start going down the idea of like, oh, well, the hole opens up and the guy disappears into it, you know? Classic stage magic trick.
Objection.
But I think we already tried that one. Man, it'd be really nice if the next game, like, just put like a little check mark. When you have a specific statement selected, it just puts a check mark behind each piece of evidence you've tried presenting on said statement. Like, just nothing more. Just say, like, you already tried this combination. That way you know not to try it again. Provide me with the blueprints, and I construct the machine to its precise specifications. Was there something special about this photograph when we got it the other day? Like about who had it and then how and where they got it from? Because I'm wondering if maybe this is important somehow, but it just doesn't. Met the young professor approximately a year ago through Mr. Asman's introduction. Because didn't, like, Zeke's have this photo or something? I don't remember who had this photo. Provide me with the blueprints, I construct the machine's precise specifications. Both shows a fraud required a body double. Did the victim have a twin? It's an experiment sketch. That's just positions. Enoch's crossbow. I don't think that matters right now. Photographic print of the victim taken after he was since we've been beamed to the crystal tower. What would this show? I mean, it shows a number of things, but I think the things it's showing aren't relevant yet. It does have the blood on it. Something was shooting off at the time. Again, this is like, this is feet first. Did I never update this maybe? Maybe this has to be updated in the, that's probably what I missed. Look here, Mr. Sato.
Oh, yes, the wood's cracked and broken a little. Well, I suppose because it fell from such a height.
Yeah, from the height at which the balloon was flying, down into the crystal tower below. Well, about 30 feet, or 9 meters.
Even the man side tragically dead.
Oh my fucking god, that's all I had to do. I thought we had this updated last time, but there we go. Damage to its base. Fuck me, okay. I knew that had to be it. Oh my god, I pressed A, not left. Had to look at the evidence again. I swear we did that. No, you know what it was? We looked at it during the investigation and it didn't update. I'm pretty sure we looked at it during the investigation last week and it did not update. It only updates if you look at it here. Which, if that is the case, that's a little disingenuous. I don't like that. Should have updated during the investigation too. We've examined the birdcage that crashed into the Crystal Tower ourselves. As you can see, the cage, which is a wooden construction, has sustained damage in one particular spot. I would almost argue I shouldn't have to investigate at all. Like, you know, clicking on it. It's like, I looked at it, I saw it was broken, it's like, well, obviously that's not the top of the birdcage, that's the bottom. It should still accept it, just because I didn't click on a thing. Following the explosion, it fell some 30 feet into the glass of the Crystal Tower. That level of damage is to be expected, surely. I agree. Damage itself is entirely understandable. What doesn't make sense is the location of that damage. All the breakages in the wood are at the base of the birdcage, not on the top. What are you saying? What's the opposite of where they should be? That's right, my lord. The birdcage that was at the scene is damaged at its base. So, we have reports of the birdcage falling headlong into the Crystal Tower, yet the damage is at the bottom. The only way to reconcile these two facts is to accept that there were two birdcages in play that day, which were at some point switched. Switched during which what wasn't a scientific experiment at all, but an elaborate piece of stage trickery. Oh, seems like a jump to go to. You know, you could just say someone was lying, but yeah, I guess that works too. Good gracious! Explain yourself, witness! Well... If we examine the facts, there's only one logical conclusion we can draw. The damage on the base of Bird's cage clearly indicates that it crashed tail first into the tower. Well, yeah. Okay, that's the only piece we can draw from that. The multiple witnesses' reports claimed it fell head first. The birdcage materialized into the sky next to a balloon flying over the stage, following a spontaneous explosion at an altitude of some 60 feet above ground level. Which is approximately 18 meters. It then proceeded to fall some 30 feet into the Crystal Tower in the ensuing deflagration. Witness reports amid such chaos are notoriously unreliable. But the victim's neck was broken.
Objection!
He plummeted 30 feet inside a heavy wooden cage. However he fell, it would be unsurprising to find one or two of his vertebrae crushed. A riveting scientific analysis of events from the prosecution there. Though it'd be more rigorous, you would have to say it was only one vertebra, actually. He wasn't quiet for long. I find it hard to see what's so motivating Lord Van Zieks. This witness is clearly a swindler and one who deceived a personal friend of his. If you're going to establish this deception, do it right. Sorry? I feel like that's the undertone here. Ah, yes. And there's one more point the defense appears to have forgotten. It obviously wasn't a trick, as a certain truth very plainly demonstrates. What? Seems to me the cross-examination had better continue until we resolve this matter. Mr. Trevor, you will amend your testimony with details of this truth. Of course. We must treat the matter scientifically, after all. You nearly had him there. The kinesis clearly took place because there's nowhere else 30 feet high for the birdcage to have fallen from. Oh boy, we're gonna have a field day with this one. What do you mean? Well, before the demonstration began, the victim was alive on stage in front of the audience. Yes, there are lots of witnesses who saw Mr. Asman on the experimentation stage, that's true. And the victim's neck broke as a result of an impact following a fall. Logically, therefore, the victim must have fallen from somewhere.
The balloon that exploded was at an altitude of 60 feet. The point of impact on the tower was 30 feet up. The difference of 30 feet is therefore the total distance the birdcage fell. And there's no other location from which the cage could have fallen that distance if it didn't drop out of the sky. Ergo, the victim himself must have been beamed from the stage into the sky above the crystal tower. A trenchant scientific analysis. Dear me, every time I hear it explained, it sounds increasingly plausible. Oh yes, it's all very well thought out.
Yeah, well, I'm sure as a fraudster you probably would want it to be thought out.
Certainly all the spectators on the day saw it. The birdcage plummeted 30 feet in the air, I mean.
Irritatingly, yes. Okay, because there's nowhere else 30 feet high for the birdcage to have fallen from. Let's try... I mean, I thought that's what we were establishing the other day, was that it fell out of the balloon, like it was inside the balloon, and then the balloon popped and then dropped its payload. Nowhere else 30 feet high for the birdcage to have fallen from. I mean, yeah? Oh wait, no, I see. He's saying the kinesis took place, but we need to say that no, he didn't, because we have the balloon, right?
Objection.
Oh, I guess that's the wrong piece for this. No, we need to show the picture of the balloon. We had the photograph of the balloon from the other day. Right, I forgot about that. I should probably save here because I think this is still technically the same cross-exam, so it's going to reset me if I don't. Okay, no, we need the photograph. Where is it? This one? Yeah, to show the other balloon.
Objection.
What? That's not it? This was literally what we talked about in the previous day of the trial, was about the balloon and how the cage was inside the balloon. That's insane that that's not right.
Guilty. Guilty. Guilty.
I should have just reloaded the save and I didn't do that. Oops.
Kill me.
Okay, well, what other evidence do we have in regards to the balloon then? Clearly took place because there's nowhere else 30 feet high for the birdcage to have fallen from. Kinesis clearly took place because there's nowhere else 30 feet high for the birdcage to have fallen from. So his picture is wrong, the cloth is wrong. Wait, how high is the tower that the machine was on? It's lower than where it landed on the tower, or on the crystal tower. I was thinking we could use the hole as like another place. Well, maybe we could still use it. You know what? I'm gonna try it. It could actually be the other place. We don't know how high this tower was, right? Where's that photo?
Objection.
No, okay. What are the chances of this new statement being a red herring? I hope low, because that's not usually how it goes. We don't have anything else Crashed down with the victim inside the crystal tower, causing damage to its base. Nowhere else 30 feet high for it to fall, but like... The balloon's not good enough? Do we use the diagram?
Objection.
Okay, it is the diagram. Why the diagram? Doesn't even have the balloon in it, I thought. This is a diagram of the experimentation stage and its surroundings. We know that somehow the birdcage appeared in midair before falling down into the crystal tower. Are we using this to, like, say that he could have fallen off the platform? A fall of about 30 feet, or 9 meters. However, if you examine the diagram carefully, you'll see that there is one other possible location from which the birdcage could have fallen. The same distance of 30 feet.
Well, it appears the defense has a possible explanation to put forward. Go ahead, counsel.
Wait, you want me to point it out? I mean, I was thinking it was the tower itself. The experiments tower. Do we point out the balloon? But there needed to be 3 balloons, right? That was the whole point of this whole thing, right? There was like a 3rd balloon? Or maybe there was only the 2 balloons, so I guess it could be the one? I thought there was supposed to have been 3 balloons given our results from yesterday, but maybe that was 2 when I was mistaken.
You will indicate the place to which you are referring to in this same diagram. The alternative location from which the birdcage could have possibly fallen the requisite 30 feet.
Okay, well the balloons are off screen. I'm gonna say it's this.
Take that!
Yes, okay. I was on the right track then. The place I'm referring to is here.
But that's where the birdcage would have been to begin with.
Which is exactly the point, my lord. Yes, the birdcage was in the machine on the stage. But what we must also consider is the height of the stage itself.
Go on, counsel.
Turns out the experimentation stage was built at a considerable height above ground level. If you look at the diagram, in fact, you'll see it's about the same height above the ground as the balloon was above the crash site. When the experiment got underway, the machine and the birdcage were engulfed in steam. Well, at that moment, the floor of the stage gave way, and if we assumed there to be a void underneath, this birdcage and the one seen by the audience would have fallen almost exactly the same distance. Once again, my lord, this all points to the fact that there was not one birdcage, but 2.
Objection!
I learned that friend has no evidence that the stage had such a contrivance in its design. Someone is responsible for the criminal destruction of the Kinesis machine itself, it's true. However, the stage still stands. And take a moment to look at the photographic print of the scene following yesterday's explosion.
Good lord! The metal grill that formed the floor of the machine is undone.
Yes, most likely blown open by the force of the explosion that destroyed the rest of the machine. The vents calls for the space below the stage to be investigated immediately. They gonna find this extra birdcage? I hope so. That could be very useful evidence. Mr. Drebber. It was you who built the Kinesis machine, which means that it was you who built the 2 birdcages that were used to carry out the deception. Whether Professor Harebrain's hypothesis is sound or not makes no difference, because it's the construction of the machine that matters. A machine designed to take Mr. Asmon's life. And lay the blame firmly at the professor's door. Something that could only have been carried out By you, Mr. Enoch Drebber.
Objection!
If my learned friend has reached the end of his wild assertions, the prosecution would like to crush the defense's arguments slowly, but surely.
Oh, please go ahead and do so. I got all night.
The argument fails to hold water on 2 counts.
2?
Firstly, before and after the experiment, the witness went nowhere near the kinesis machine. Every relevant member of staff from the exhibition has attested to that.
And I believe the members of Scotland Yard had also been on watch duty at every public experiment.
In other words, Mr. Deborah had no opportunity to switch the alleged pair of bird cages.
Objection!
But I've already explained why he wouldn't have needed to.
So nonsense, Mr. Crossbow. That doesn't bolster your case at all. The man who disappeared from the stage and the man who crashed into the tower are one and the same. The forensic investigation team's report is unequivocal on that point. And the second flaw in your assertion is a distinct lack of motive. Why would this man have wanted to take the victim's life? He had no reason to do so.
A motive? Do I have to think of everything myself? I mean, when you're accusing someone of murder, yeah, kinda do. It's unfortunate.
I have a contact provided by the witness.
What contact is this, Lord Van Zeeks?
The contact into which Mr. Derber entered with the victim, Mr. Osman. It reads, Mr. Derber is to receive 30% of all remunerations from government grants or other income.
30%? Certainly favorable contractual conditions.
But there was one very important provision bolted onto that clause.
What provision?
Mr. Derber may only uphold this right on conditions that both contracting parties are alive. In other words, if either of us were to die, the contract would become null and void. So you see, I had nothing to gain from Mr. Asman's death. The diametric opposite, in fact. Need I say more? The witness had neither an opportunity nor a reason to commit the alleged crime. In short, the possibility of Mr. Derber having done as you suggest is nil.
It seems the defense's assertion was somewhat wide of the mark. Lord Van Zeeks, you will submit the contract as evidence, please.
Okay. It's true. If Drebber had no opportunity to switch the birdcage under the stage with the one in the Crystal Tower, we couldn't have done it. Or in any case, I have no idea what his motive might have been. There's one aspect of your argument that still holds true, however. There were 2 bird cages. Prosecution is unable to deny that. So I'm sure you're on the right lines, Mr. Naruhodo. And I've no doubt there are other aspects of your assertion that are undeniable truths too.
Well, it would seem. But the defense has no rejoinder to offer.
Oh, is it jury time?
Well, I must say I'm a little surprised. I came here to testify about the machine I built. Instead, my reputation is being defiled. But the prosecution's counter has set the record straight, I think. It's impossible that I'm the culprit.
Objection!
At the beginning of this trial, we believed that there was only one birdcage, yet now we know there must have been two. In other words, there was more to the demonstration than we realized at first. I think it's abundantly clear that the same applies to the culprit. Get to the point. The stage demonstration was constructed and set up in its entirety by you, Mr. Drebber. Therefore, it's inconceivable that you had no hand in the events that transpired. So, if circumstances mean it's impossible that you could have carried out the crime yourself, it points to the fact that someone else was involved.
Someone else? Counsel, are you suggesting?
Yes, my lord. Mr. Drebber had an accomplice.
Objection!
What if the accomplice was the victim?
An accomplice now? Well then, I presume you're prepared for what's to come? Now that you're accusing not only the witness, but someone else of the most serious crimes.
If these accusations turn out to be false,
Then make no mistake. The prosecution will demand an equally serious punishment for your slander. Well, counsel, do you intend to pursue this course and formally accuse another party of involvement in this matter?
what do I do here? At the moment, this is a little more than a hunch on my part. I don't know for sure if Drebber had an accomplice, or even if he really is the culprit here. One way or another, though, I have to make my position clear, as a lawyer. So what's my stance gonna be? Did Drebber have an accomplice? Or not? I mean, I feel like we have to. Like, if we back down, where do we go from there, right? Vance is ready to name Mr. Drebber's accomplice. Somehow the two bird cages must have been switched. Everything points to that. Yet according to the coroner's report, that's not a possibility. But that inconsistency itself is a clue.
Counsel,
My lord?
you have received a stark warning already. If you are nevertheless determined, then I must now ask you to identify this alleged accomplice by name. So, your answer please. Who do you claim to have been Mr. Drebber's accomplice?
Okay. Cody Asman, probably. There's a lot of characters in this case. Okay, so he learned about Hairbrain through Asman, right? So he already knew Asman. Asman himself being a guy with a lot of, yeah, he's in charge of criminal organization. Dude, he has to be him, right? Like, they're both, one's a fraudster, one's a criminal mastermind. This is probably all part of their plan.
Take that!
No? It's not it? Maybe he didn't have an accomplice then? So he just took the money and he tried to keep it. I mean, I guess that could be it. Alright, you know what? It probably is the fact he doesn't have an accomplice then, because I don't know who else it would be. The only other person I could see it being is maybe the previous dead guy. The scientist, or no, the professor. But, I don't know, that seems like a really weird, deep rabbit hole to be going down at this point. I'll just see where the autosave puts me. Hopefully right at that decision, because I saved a while ago.
Guilty! 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 Guilty!
Guilty!
Kill me!
Because if it's not Mr. Investmer, or Mr. Investor, then it's gonna be like no one, because that's the only other person involved in this case. And we're not gonna blame our client. That seems unlikely. Okay. I'm gonna say no if it lets me go before the save. But if the autosave is afterwards... Oops. If the autosave is after the choice, then at least we'll know it's correct and have to pick someone else. Okay, the autosave is putting me here, so I can only assume that this is where we need to be. Mr. Jubber's accomplice. The balloon guy? Rich kid? Himself. Okay, well now I don't know who I'd pick.
Take that!
No? I don't know, I thought it was like a trick question at this point, but... It's not Asmund, then... Is it the defendant? I don't know how we're gonna spin this, but... I guess it must be the defendant, because there's only like 2 people this guy knows. It's either Asmund or it's the defendant. He knows no one else.
Take that!
No, okay. Who else would be his accomplice then? The balloon guy? I mean, we did... Okay, well...
Take that!
Yeah, okay, I wasn't sure how that would work. I was kind of thinking maybe it could be the balloon guy because he had the balloons. So he would have probably had to know someone to get the other birdcage inside a balloon. So it makes sense that he would know the balloon guy and he would be an accomplice to this whole thing. And these last couple have been pretty hard because I'm not really sure I'm fully understanding what's going on here. I have some ideas of where things are going, but I don't really know. The kid? Could be the kid. Okay, we can't go back far enough to reread all that, unfortunately. Like, I mean, I must have had to press this, right? Like that. Okay. Obviously, so it's not himself, obviously. It's not the balloon guy. It's not him or him. I'm surprised it's not him. That was the most obvious thing. Financial banker and a boss of a large criminal organization. Who else was on the scene that day? The police? No, we're not blaming the police for this, right? How would she be involved? She wasn't even there that day, I'm pretty sure. The only person there was the kid. The kid was there that day, so it could be him, because it's not him. Oh, why is she even in here? I guess just as, like, she was someone we met. She seems a little suspicious, but I don't think we have any proof that it could be her. To be fair, we've had a history of like inciting international conflict through these cases. This would hardly be the first time. Was he there that day?
Take that!
No, okay. I thought he was also present that day, but I think... Because they mentioned... No, the only person they mentioned they saw was like... a top hat and a monocle, which could have been anyone. I'm going for the kid.
Take that!
No. That doesn't really leave too many people. Well, at this point, we could probably just blast through all of them.
Guilty! Guilty! Guilty!
Who is it then?
Guilty!
Kill me!
Is it the coroner? But why would I have ever, like, logically thought it was the coroner at this point? They didn't really, like, interact with each other. At all. She showed up, like, twice yesterday. Who do I claim to have been Mr. Drummer's accomplice? Did he need help assembling it? Maybe that's who could be their accomplice? I can't believe it's not these two. Like, those are the most obvious ones.
Take that!
I'm just gonna go through everyone on the list at this point because I don't know who it could be. Or I guess I could just look it up if I'm gonna do that anyways. Okay, it's tried you, I think. You and you. It's not gonna be the police, right? It's not you. Don't see how the fuck it would be you. A little early for that. Save that for case 5. Tried you. It's not gonna be anyone from like up to here because we haven't met them really. Well, we have barely interacted with him. Everyone else is on our side, so there's no way. I tried these two. I don't see it being him. Not him. Her? No, why would she do that? Same with him. It's not her. It wasn't him. It wasn't him. Did I try this one? I don't recall trying this one. I think I skipped over because it's like...
Take that!
It is her. Why would it be her? Was there proof that she showed up there at all? Maybe the person in question is... What's wrong, my Nipponese friend? Surely fear doesn't bind your tongue now. It's a little late for that. Of course I'm afraid. After all, naming her in this capacity is definitely going to make waves. A lot of waves. Very well turn every single person in this courtroom against me. Why would it be her? I don't remember what we learned that would cause it to be her. Was there something in the contract that I should have read? I didn't get the chance to read it because I skipped past it. Investor Mr. Odi Asman hereby enters into contract with the provider Mr. Enoch Drebber to fund labor and materials for construction of a super high voltage instantaneous continuous machine. Mr. Drebber is to receive 30% of all remunerations from government grants or other income. Mr. Drebber may only uphold this right on condition that both contracting parties are alive. So why wouldn't it be him that we'd be accusing here? You just provide the money, had no idea what they were doing?
I'm sure it'll be alright, Mr. Naruhodo.
Thank you, Mr. Sato.
Enemy always appears larger than life, but you'll appear exactly the same to the enemy.
Alright then, here goes. You've kept us waiting long enough. Your answer, Counsel, now. The person who colluded with Mr. Drebber in order to carry out this wicked crime is Scotland Yard's coroner, Dr. Courtney Scythe. What in the blazes are you talking about? Dr. Scythe? That the forensics investigation team is the coroner who conducted the autopsy on the victim? Why? Because you suspected of like conspiracy and fraud and investigation here? We know there were 2 bird cages, so who could have carried out the switch to complete the illusion? The accident happened in front of a huge crowd of spectators, and the area was immediately sealed off. Then everyone, police officers included, were banished to make way for the forensic investigation team. When else could the switch have occurred? It can only have been in that team's presence.
Okay, I guess?
I don't know if I would have ever thought of that, but I guess? I don't know, that just... Like, it makes sense in hindsight, but that seems so out of nowhere. I don't think the game's necessarily wrong. It's just like... Man, you gotta really think hard about that one. And in a way I would not have really considered. Or a way that, like, we've had to think about before. It's essential that the court determines exactly what happened following the incident. The defense demands that Dr. Scythe be summoned to the witness stand at once to testify. Like, she just seems suspicious, but that seems like a bad reason to accuse someone. But I'll admit, there's not really any fault or flaw with, like, her being the answer to that puzzle.
You got a nerve, lad. Standing up there, dragging the yard's name through the mud.
I didn't mean to.
I know the woman very well. There's no better dead room worker out there. How dare you call her a criminal?
My learned friend's imagination appears to be wider than the East End at night. But the recklessness of your accusation aside, there's another grave problem with your argument. One which the prosecution demands you address at once. A grave problem?
Oh my word.
What do you claim acted as the victim's doppelganger? What?
Certainly, if the birdcage containing the body of the victim was exchanged for another, that cage must also have contained a body.
And yet, no missing persons or accidental deaths of anyone even remotely resembling the victim have been reported. Which means there was no one, dead or alive, who could have fulfilled the role of the body double for Mr. Asman. Ugh, that's true. If my argument is there were 2 bird cages, then there must also have been 1 person inside each. But I don't know if I've got an answer to this yet, have I? What can I do to reveal how this body double stunt was achieved? Present evidence. Been saying this whole time. Very well, the defense will address my learned friend's concerns by presenting evidence that reveals the true nature of Mr. Asman's body double.
Good gracious, evidence? Oh, I do hope this isn't filibustering, counsel. The court is expecting a name.
If you think you have relevant evidence, present it now. Body double and the bird cage were hiding inside the balloon that was floating above the stage, which means that any witnesses would only have seen them from 60 feet away. So who was it that appeared out of that explosion some 18 meters above the spectators? Ha! The body double inside the second birdcage was...
Take that!
We know that the victim, Mr. Asman, was in the birdcage that was situated inside the kinesis machine on stage. And therefore he couldn't have been inside the second birdcage. Instead, that contained something else. What's been described as a body double, which is what fell from the sky and crashed into the Crystal Tower.
Yes, Counsel, according to your somewhat elaborate version of events.
Actually, hang on a second. Going back for a second here. Let me check the people again. Did it say she worked for the forensic investigation? Okay. Alright, it did. I thought for some reason it didn't, and that was going to be even more confused. I'm still, like, not sure how you were supposed to figure out that necessarily. I guess, I mean, he's, like everything he said makes perfect sense, that they would have been the only ones on scene the moment after the investigation occurred. Because everyone else would have fled. So they would have had plenty of time to mess with things if need be. And they wanted complete privacy, which does make them a little suspicious. I don't know. I'm more mad at myself for not being able to figure that one out, because it feels like it makes perfect sense, and I'm upset that I couldn't see it, I guess. That body double inside the second birdcage was, in fact...
So, Mr. Naruhodo, you're ready for this. Just steel yourself and come out with it.
Thank you, Mr. Sato. I needed that. As I was saying, the body double inside the second birdcage was, as unbelievable as it may seem, that thing there.
Objection!
That would also explain why the forensic team was able to investigate the real corpse in the tower, because they did help with the swap. It was corrupt all the way through. Holy shit, that makes so much sense now. Why didn't I see it? Oh my god, it's so obvious in hindsight.
Open your eyes and look into mine, my Nipponese friend. Now, tell me. What are you playing at?
Stand firm now, Nosuke. This is the time to show your Japanese spirit. As the court will observe, this is a waxwork model. A model, in fact, of an infamous London murderer from 10 years ago, the Professor.
Objection!
Started by indicting the leader of the forensic investigation team as an accomplice in this crime. And now you've moved on to indicting Waxfucks. Yes, that's about the size of it.
But why?
And why is this a Waxfuck?
It looks nothing like the victim.
In fact, it could hardly resemble him less. What possible justification can you give? If you want to know why, ask Mr. Drebber.
What?
Just days before Professor Harebrain performed his public demonstration, Mr. Drebber abducted this model from Madame Tussbell's.
Did you say abducted?
And 2 days after the incident at the Great Exhibition, he returned it to the museum.
A sense of timing.
Is this true, Dr. Drebber? Mr. Drebber?
At first, I couldn't see why Mr. Drebber would have stolen the waxwork and then given it back to them again. But now the reason is clear. He took it so that he could put it inside the second birdcage as a body double for Mr. Asman.
Objection!
Are you hearing this, ladies and gentlemen of the jury? Are you hearing the defense's astonishing proposal? That the witness fabricated this vast machine with the intention of deceiving some wretched scientist. That he did so in collusion with the country's finest coroner on a public stage in front of a vast audience. And that, to effect his deception, he used a waxwork model that in no way assembles the victim. Are we really to believe this far-fetched tale? What do you decide?
Objection!
Wait. Yes, if you put it like that, then of course it sounds implausible.
My lord, I want you to speak, if you please. Go ahead, Mr. Foreman. Myself and my colleagues have reached an agreement.
Here it is. This is the jury examination.
Very good. In that case, ladies and gentlemen of the jury, you will state your leanings for the court to hear now.
Guilty.
Guilty.
Guilty. Guilty.
Guilty.
Kill me.
So, as indicated by the foreman, the jury has reached a consensus.
I knew that was gonna happen.
We shall get through this, Mr. Naruhodo, as we always do. And uncover some new truths along the way, I'm quite sure.
Yes, I agree. I'm gonna have to appeal to the jurors as usual. See if I can persuade them to change their minds.
The defense will now embark on a summation examination.
I like that he doesn't have to, like, ask for permission at this point. The judge just knows that he's gonna do it.
Are you and your fellows ready to proceed, Mr. Foreman? We are, my lord. Very well. In that case, I ask that you now state clearly for all present to hear the grounds on which each of you has decided that the defendant is guilty of the crime of which he is charged.
Wait, who's guilty? The coroner. We accused the coroner of swapping the bodies during the commotion from the initial experiment explosion. In hindsight, it made perfect sense. At the time, it was not a train of thought I was really thinking, but basically, the only people that would have remained on the scene of the crime, while everyone else in the crowd was scurrying about in a frenzy, would have been the forensic investigation team led by the coroner. And so that means she would have been responsible for swapping the bodies. She would have had to been the accomplice that helped pull off the trick of the teleporting corpse. It's the only one that would have made sense because no one else would have had access to it. It would explain why the body showed up in the tower to be investigated and no one batted an eye. No one else could have done it. And so, of course, naturally, everyone thinks that this is insane. I wasn't really thinking it. I only ended up picking her as a pure luck of the draw after trying like several other people that I thought would have been way more obvious. But I'm not mad at the game. I think it actually makes perfect sense, and really, it's something you could have definitely seen beyond just like a general air of suspicion.
I've known that woman for years. She'd never been accomplice to anything. It's utter nonsense to think that two would ever be conniving with one another.
Oh dear, this is most troubling. But surely the waxwork man stole has nothing to do with the coroner, is it?
I have plenty of my own problems with members of the police. I do not trust them much. I see no righteous proof that this waxwork was ever inside the bird cage. It's conjecture.
Accusing someone without read evidences? It's not a proper job, is he? I won't have it.
Somewhat unsurprisingly, it seems that the introduction of the waxwork model to the proceedings has polarized opinion. Given that its face is obscured and its built-in nova resembles that of the victim, I can only applaud my learned friends to merity at suggesting it as Mr. Asmon's body double.
Yes, the applause is deafening, and yes, I know it seems extraordinary. But that's the point. That's why I have a strong feeling it's actually a greater clue than anyone yet realizes.
What are you thinking, Mr. Naruhodo?
I can't explain why at the moment, but I feel as though there's a specific reason why it was used, why it had to be this model.
Really? A reason why nothing else would do, you mean?
Yes, and I'm convinced it's something far more significant than whether or not the model looked like the victim.
Well, if that's the case... Must prevent the trial from ending prematurely at all costs.
Yeah, agreed. Have to find a way out of this.
If you are ready, Counsel, you may proceed with the summation examination.
Yes, my lord. Let's win FK for visitor trapdoor on stage. We have the photo of the trapdoor opening, but we haven't been able to do anything with it really yet. We have postulated that one of the bird cages, that we've now said there's two, because of course there had to been two. One of the bird cages fell through the experiment tower, and that's how it got damaged. And but we haven't No, we did. We passively used the photograph of the hole. We were given this photo. I did not present it, but it was passively used when I presented something else. I think it was the diagram over here, to prove that there was another way for the bird cage to fall 30 feet, besides the balloon.
Hold it!
The order of things seems to have changed around here for some reason.
I'm a copper, lad. It's a copper's discretion to bend the rules sometimes when needs must. What's wrong with that?
Where do I start?
I've been working at the yard for 40 odd years.
That's even more than I thought.
Oh, they had a metropolitan police service in town for 70 years, you know. Of course, times have changed. The public didn't trust coppers back when I started. It was rough. We had to fight crime. We had to fight to win with the public's trust as well. And when we did, forensic science was in its infancy too, even more than it is now. And she spearheaded that revolution.
Dr. Scythe, you mean?
That's right. About 10 years ago now it was, when I was still a youngish Bobby on the beat. That's where she started making a name for herself as a top-class coroner. And look at her now. Head of the forensic investigation team. And a woman, no less. Well, you won't hear me complain. It's what we all dreamed of back then, I tell you.
Could you tell me without holding that gun in the air?
We were all out to uphold justice, lad. Full of vim we were. Full of vim.
That's coming across loud and clear.
Hold it!
But we're only just starting to understand the case. What are you reading there, sir?
The man behind those murders on Solar Pond Street was caught 2 days flat. That's real policing for you.
That's really not relevant to this case, is it?
You're wrong there. Because it was Dr. Scythe in charge of examining the bodies. It was evidence arising from her work that led to the arrest of the scoundrel responsible.
Oh.
That's right. Oh. That woman is at the forefront of the country's fight against crime. The idea that she's somehow involved in this murky business is a load of old tosh.
I thought it was up to me to press the jurors, not the other way around.
Hold it!
Why would you assume that?
Well, simply because that insanely swindler has no relationship with the woman, does he?
Well, true. As it stands, we don't know of any connection. Yeah, that's why I didn't think of it earlier.
Oh gosh, but it would be delightfully romantic if they were somehow to have a mutual interest in the waxwork.
Romantic?
A woman of society such as myself views everything in terms of relationships, you know.
Well, you learn something new every day, even if you don't want to.
One might wonder about a possible relationship between the defendant and his coroner woman. Or perhaps between the defendant and the handsome prosecutor just there.
This woman may be more astute than I've been given her credit for.
If that's the woman's stance, then perhaps demonstrating some connection between the waxwork and Dr. Scythe would be enough.
Yeah, I agree. As soon as we have even a whiff of a connection, she'll be the first to know. What sort of problems?
Let's just say we have run into each other on numerous occasions while I've been performing on the street.
Right, I see.
Obviously, artists such as myself cannot appear on stage as we work in close proximity to our audiences. So we perform our great magic in parks, on street corners, and the like. But the police use any excuse to make our lives difficult.
Excuse me.
Do you have something to say in response to that, Mr. Ottermole?
Who you calling the mass murderer?
Sorry, my mistake.
I get confused because I
Heard you look like him.
I don't look anything like the man. You want to be locked up, sonny?
Thanks, Mr. Holmes. Perhaps we can move on. I was really wondering if you had something you wanted to add in response to what juror number 3 just said. And clearly you do.
Back in my day, back in the good old days, it wasn't like this.
What wasn't it like, sir?
We worked our fingers to the bone to earn the public's trust, we did. And by Jove, we earned it. People respected us back then.
Respected you?
No one would call a coroner into question in them days. A coroner's report was the hallmark of an investigation done right. Especially when Dr. Courtney Stevens put her name to it. She was the best of the best.
Hold it!
And it,
Hold on a minute. What are you talking about? Who's Courtney Stevens?
sorry. Got a bit carried away there.
Stevens is Dr. Syde's maiden name. Her maiden name? So that was who before she was married.
Oh, sir, yes. Silly me. It's Scythe now, is it?
Stevens. I'm sure I've seen that name somewhere recently. Yeah, we've seen that in a couple of places.
Anyway, the point is, these were great days of policing. No luck now.
Sorry to interrupt, sir. But do you think you could change your statement to include that name?
Well, yes, I don't see why not.
Hold it!
She was legendary, was she?
What did you say? That woman is still the best coroner in the land. Head of the forensic investigation team.
Legendary was your description, sir, not mine.
Rubbish! That word never passed my lips. I'd never describe anything that way, ever. Not if they were still in the game.
I think the point you're trying to make is that Dr. Syde is an extremely talented coroner. Would that be fair?
It would. If it weren't for the fact that you were trying to drag that legendary woman's reputation through the mud.
I'm gonna pretend I didn't hear that legendary.
Hold it!
Would you claim the whole instantaneous kinesis demonstration was a trick?
Looks like it. But there was more than one way to pull a rabbit over a hat, isn't there?
Sorry?
I grant you, if the rabbit in his cage appeared from amidst an explosion, there would have been no need to use a real person. What if a waxwork had been used? Could at least have had the decency to make it look like the victim.
I'm not exactly sure how much criminals are governed by decency.
The point is, if we're going to make a claim about that waxwork being inside the birdcage, you need to give us some evidence. Without that, it's just not science.
I suppose we should expect nothing less than a logical argument from a fellow of the Royal Society. But that perhaps means that his mind could be changed if we manage to present suitable evidence. Evidence that the Professor Waxwork was inside that birdcage. Can I produce that or not? Yes, I think so. I don't know about the inside the birdcage exactly, but maybe this will count. Actually, there's something I'd like you to see, sir.
Oh, I must warn you that I firmly believe it's only wise to trust men in white coats. So given your jet black outfit, I don't mind admitting to a sense of trepidation here.
So you don't trust anyone in black? Oh, looking in the mirror must be very trying. We do have some evidence that proves the waxwork was inside that birdcage, namely...
Take that!
Oh, that was it.
What's that? Piece of glass? No, it's unusually thick for glass.
Yes, it's a piece of broken glass that we found inside the jacket on the waxwork. Well, as you say, it's no ordinary glass, though. It's very thick and clearly made for extra strength. Much like the special glass that was developed for the construction of the Crystal Tower.
Crystal! Holy smoke!
Exactly, the centerpiece of the Great Exhibition, where the very incident we're talking about took place. On the day in question, the birdcage fell from above and smashed through a window of that special glass.
What's this small piece of originated? Is that it?
Precisely. So, what do you say? Now that the clear evidence in support of the assertion has been placed before you.
Well, as I said, I only trust men in white coats as a rule. However, the reasoning is sound, it's fair to say color shouldn't come into it. In light of what you show me here, yes, I feel obliged to change my position on the matter. In that case, juror number 4, you amend your statement now, please. The presence of that piece of glass leaves me in little doubt that the waxwork was indeed inside that birdcage.
Hold it!
Thank you for reconsidering your position, sir.
Your words are misplaced, boy. My opinion is governed by logic and science and nothing else. Yes, science is where you should direct your words of gratitude.
Ah.
Well, what's the matter with you? Too good to say some words of thanks to the mother of all academic subjects.
What is it about scientists? Honestly. Man hates science. Lawyer hates science. More at 11.
Hold it!
I'm gonna ask, why have you brought that corn into court with you?
Colonel Cobb, he's been going back on the farm. Picked him off on my way to town. He's a proper nibbler, he is.
Yes, the nibbling seems to be taking quite a while.
Maybe it could wait till after the trial. Oh, I don't like the sound of that. You need colonels at a time like these. What if I summon big to the side? The colonels always point me in the right direction, see?
You're talking about your cob of corn? She really likes her corn. She has a lot of corn, too.
Perhaps it's akin to fortune telling with flower petals like people do back home.
So Professor Harebrain's fate is to be assigned by a cob of corn. Could you not at least wait until we've had more time to find the truth before deciding on defendant's guilt?
Oh, I don't know about that. Your time's awfully full already.
Amazing. I know it seems a little far-fetched to think that the waxwork model of the professor was in that birdcage. But on the other hand, it explains a lot.
There really was a reason why that particular waxwork had to be used as Mr. Asmon's stubble. We must do everything we can to make the jurors understand it.
The truth is, I'm sure that that's the key to this, but it's the most puzzling part of it, too.
In that case, you should see what additional information you can glean whilst trying to change the jurors' minds. You can read a book while you're eating a rice cracker, Mr. Naruhodo. I'm sure you can do this.
Right. Yes. Alright. Let's see. Seems back when I knew of her Legend Corner even. Hang on. No, we don't have anything on that, but that does give me some theories. I don't trust the police much. Is this a good one to start with, maybe? Don't trust the police. I would not think those two would ever be conniving with one another. What, a fraudster and a policewoman? Okay, I'm thinking actually this one and maybe this one. Okay, we don't have evidence. I think she's referring more to evidence of the coroner being involved, not the waxwork, but maybe.
Objection.
No, okay. Yeah, I wasn't sure. That was a little shaky to begin with. I guess the problem there was that it was just like one was talking about waxwork and one was just kind of talking about the connection between the coroner and the waxwork. But I'm not seeing anything. I guess now that we're going on this whole of like the coroner being possibly guilty, I wonder if she's gonna actually be the one with the breakdown and not Mr. Clockwork. A little disappointed in that case. Oh, whoops. Okay, maybe we'll start with this one then. Courtney seems back when I knew her, of course, a legendary coroner even then. It's not to think those two would ever be conniving with one another. The lack of trustworthiness?
Objection.
No, okay. Waxwork the man still has nothing to do with the coroner. Or not to think those two would ever be conniving with one another. Presence of the glass. Accusing someone without right evidence. Hang on. Long shot, but...
Objection.
No, okay. I don't think his last name was Scythe anyways. Nah, no, of course it wasn't. Our clockwork friend here does not have the last name of Scythe. Or not just to think those two would ever be conniving with one another. Now, not necessarily every jury statement needs to be paired up with another. Okay. Surely the waxwork the man stole has nothing to do with the coroner. We tried that one already. Maybe it's these two.
Objection.
I'm not really sure what that would prove, but yeah. Oh my god. I don't know how we're pairing these up. There's not really like anything necessarily. Okay, I'm gonna have to press them again because I'm not really sure where his connective tissue's coming from. Am I gonna have to press him again anyways because it's gonna undo the
Guilty.
fuck.
Guilty.
I'm gonna have to press him again because it's gonna undo the statements.
Guilty!
Kill me.
Okay, that's fine. I'll just save right after I press them all again. It's like all 6 of them were talking about different things. I think the kid is irrelevant since the kid and the magician don't go together. I think both of them are relevant because they're just talking about pretty generic things. But it's like the old police guy is like going on about how good of a coroner she is. It's like, what does that even have to do with anything? I don't think the autosave puts us in a good spot. I think it puts us before I pressed. That's why I didn't, I'm not sure about it. It'll be there. I'll just have to press again. Yeah, it puts us at the start of the examination. So that means I have to press everyone again because I need the modified statements.
Hold it.
Yeah, this guy especially had a modified statement. Well, okay, this guy's a modified statement, so... Oh no, he gets a modified statement off of someone else, I think.
Hold it.
The ones that get modified statements have to be paired up somehow. Like, surely that's gotta be the case.
Hold it.
Magician says he doesn't trust consummate parent number 6. Did I not try that? I'll try that once I modify their statements.
Hold it.
This was like, I think, the guy who triggered him. So maybe that might be a hint as to them being paired up then. If I, yeah.
Excuse me.
Because he's the one that triggers the modification. So it could be that they're paired up. Since he already has some beef with him.
Hold it.
And this is how we like get the information as well about her last name being different. She's married.
Hold it.
I'm gonna press this one again just to be sure. Oops. And then you, I think, get a modified statement once I give you the glass. So number 4 and number 6 definitely need to get paired up somehow. Not necessarily with each other, but somehow.
Take that.
Okay, that's his statement done. And then the girl didn't have anything, right?
Hold it.
Yeah, no, she didn't change at all. Could she be paired up with the scientist since I gave him proper evidence? I just thought of that, actually. I'm gonna try that one too. I'm gonna try the magician and 6, and I'll try the girl with the scientist. Alright, let's save here. Okay, so number 6, and you were saying the magician. I had my own problems with members of the police. She was Corey Stevens, legend coroner even then. Yeah, I guess I could see how those two could connect. I wasn't really sure of it on first. To me, they seemed unrelated, but
Objection.
let's see. No. No, those aren't it. Those don't go together at all. Not a bad suggestion. This one in general has just been really tricky. Okay, President's at glass leaves me in little doubt the waxwork was indeed inside the birdcage. Wait, no, did I try this one? I thought I tried this one already. I had proper evidence.
Objection!
Okay, I didn't try this one. I thought I did for some reason. Those two statements clearly contradict each other.
Good gracious! To whose statements do you refer, counsel?
If you could put down your corn for a moment, juror number 5.
Oh, you mean me?
You pointed out that it's wrong to make an accusation without evidence. But the accusation that the waxwork model was inside the second birdcage on the day in question is not without supporting evidence, as the defendant demonstrated to the juror sitting beside you.
Oh, is that right?
Would it be fair to say you didn't follow the argument?
I don't understand much besides Colonel Cobb, to be honest.
Ah, of course you don't.
If I could interject you.
Please do, sir.
Now that this assertion of yours about the waxwork has been backed up by some solid evidence, it would be wrong of me as a matter of science not to pursue the matter further.
Well, me too then.
Sorry?
If this brainy gentleman says he's right, then he must be. See, I don't dream against going against Colonel Cobb or anyone who got stuff in between the ears.
Success, if you can call it that. You know, it just occurred to me that this is in Britain. Why is she eating corn? I don't recall them really importing corn back then. That was an American thing. That's where corn kind of comes from. It wasn't grown in Britain before, you know, being a thing in the colonies. That just like occurred to me. It seemed out of place for a British girl to be eating corn. Or like coming from a farm that grows corn. At least. I didn't mean to press this again. I meant to present it with X. A completely different button. I was thinking R, and then I pressed L, and then it was actually X. Okay, I think the magician's possibly relevant, like distrusting the police, but it's not going to be with the policeman, that's for sure. Okay, was there a hint in there? I thought that was just stuff we already seen. Hang on. History. Let's see, we ran into each other on numerous occasions. Okay, blah blah, Foreman Street, right, we got past that. Clinic's waxwork was stolen to start an illusionary spectacular. So what? I think I'll take my chances and believe the authorities on this occasion. I wonder how a policeman would feel listening to the way this juror speaks about the force. I'm sure you'd have a word or two to say in response. Yeah, we already did that. That was just to get the hold on that we did already. Had my own problems with members of the police. I don't trust them. It's utter nonsense to think these two would ever be conniving with one another. I think we tried that already. Would it be these two?
Objection!
Oh, I should probably save here because we already got one of them right. I'm starting to think it's not the magician. Those two are done. Oh, right. The first one, not the sixth one. Okay, what was his again? She was Courtney Stevens back when I knew her. Of course, a legendary coroner even then. Okay. Utter nonsense to think those two would ever be conniving with one another. Almost seems like they're in agreement, so I don't think it's going to be that. Wait.
Objection!
Yeah, okay. Let's see where it goes first, and I'll explain why I picked these. These two statements clearly contradict each other.
Good gracious. Two statements do refer, counsel.
So, juror number 2.
Oh gosh, me? Well, what can I do for you?
I presume that you heard what juror number 6 said in his statement. It's brought to light the maiden name of the coroner, Dr. Scythe, which in turn has revealed a connection that wasn't apparent before.
Well, naturally, as a woman of society, I find such connections and relationship irresistible. But, oh, golly, I'm afraid I failed to see what you mean.
Dr. Scythe's maiden name is Stevens, and through that name, the coroner is very definitely linked to the waxwork of the killer. The defense has evidence to prove it.
My goodness, evidence you say? How utterly enthralling.
Counsel, the court cannot overlook that last remark. I very much hope there is substance to your claim.
Of course, my lord. I would ask the court to look at this. The evidence that clearly links Dr. Scythe to the mass murderer known as the Professor.
Take that!
I have here a certain autopsy report from 10 years ago.
A 10-year-old autopsy report? What relevance does that have?
It is, of course, from the autopsy of the person portrayed in the waxwork, the killer known as the Professor.
The Professor's... But the man was a capital offender, so...
That's right. This is a certification of death that was drawn up after the convict's execution. Oh. We got some internet issues here, I see. Hang on. Okay, I think we're back. I don't know what was going on there. Internet being dumb as always. Seem like we're probably back. Well, see how it goes. I'm gonna continue, but I'm gonna be keeping an eye on it as well. Not sure I trust it right now, unfortunately. That's right. This is a certification of death that was drawn up after the convict's execution. The identity of the killer was never made public, so the report gave few details. But what's important is the name of the coroner who wrote it. And yes, I believe that they probably were married. This would hardly be the first time that the reason they obscure like a person's name like this. Because if you look at the everything we know about the Professor, everything's obscured. His face, his identity, everything. We've done this before in Phoenix, right? Means that he has like some obvious, super obvious connection to someone important in the case. Courtney Stevens.
Oh my, Courtney Stevens?
Struck a light!
Appears that the Professor's autopsy was conducted by Dr. Scythe 10 years ago. And a few days ago, Mr. Gerber very deliberately stole the waxwork of the Professor from Madame Tussbells. A waxwork that doesn't in fact resemble the victim, Mr. Asman, at all.
And do you suppose there's some unsavory relationship between those events?
Absolutely. I'm sure of it. There's no doubt in my mind that the Professor case is at the heart of a link that we have yet to uncover. Between Dr. Courtney Scythe and Mr. Enoch Drebber.
Hidden links, mysterious connections, secret relationships. This is most all extraordinary. We're surely obligated now to explore this further.
Quite right. We can't let this trial come to an end now. Nor while there's this cloud of suspicion hanging over the yard's best corner. It wasn't like this in my day, but we're still here to uphold justice in the end. Thank you, counsel. That will do. As a result of the summation examination, the jury's overall leaning has changed. 2 jurors now called guilty, against 4 who called not guilty. Accordingly, the court has failed to reach a consensus at this time. And the trial must continue.
We did it. Oh, well done, Mr. Naruhodo. Another wonderful victory.
The waxwork of the despicable professor. Uses a body double for the victim in this quite extraordinary case. I must say it's extremely hard to believe the assertion that it could possibly be true. However, it would appear that it does at least warrant further investigation.
It's a waxwork of the professor that links Mr. Jebber and Dr. Scythe. And I'm convinced that there's a special significance to that link.
I don't know what you're hoping to prove, lad. I really don't.
The truth, sir, by using evidence and testimony.
If the court is to delve deeper into the alleged involvement of the waxwork in this case, then the prosecution calls for the owner of the model to be summoned as a witness.
The owner?
Madame Tuspels. I really thought that Lord Van Zieks would object to this whole line of inquiry. I think he kind of does. He just wants to see it through so we can understand, you know, he's confident that he'll prove that to us that it's a terrible line of thinking.
Very well, I concur. Make arrangements for Madame Tuspels to appear as a witness with immediate effect.
Listen carefully, my learned friend. Oh, yes? You should know that you are on the brink of opening Pandora's box.
The court shall now adjourn for 45 minutes. During that time, the prosecution will summon a new witness and prepare her for taking the stand.
Madame Tuspels, yes. I shall see to it at once, my lord. Imagine we take off the mask and it looks like Kazuma. Wait, which mask? The helmet? Imagine if the waxwork just looked like Kazuma. Like, what would the implications of that even be? If the statue looked like Kazuma. And he was the killer this whole time. The infamous professor from 10 years ago. That'd be pretty funny, actually.
Ah, the Knight Errant himself.
Oh, have you been watching from the gallery, Mr. Sholmes?
I've been on the edge of my seat the entire time. Courtroom trials are fascinating affairs, as a spectator at least.
I'm glad you've been enjoying yourself.
I have to ask, what on earth is going on? It makes no sense. What's this professor's business all about? He doesn't look like any professor I've ever met before. Who even is he?
Ah, of course. You were in Germany already 10 years ago.
Yes, the professor. When I discovered he was the one who had been abducted, a sense of foreboding stirred within me. But who knew the monster would come knocking at your door? My heartfelt sympathies.
As it turns out, Lord Van Zieks is even more intimately tied to this case than any of us realize, isn't he?
Yes, how true. His great friend from university in the dock.
And now a waxwork of the killer who took his esteemed brother's life makes an appearance too.
Oh, you know what? That's what it is. Yeah, she wasn't married to the professor. She was married to... Oh, no, maybe. Maybe she was married to Professor. No, yeah, I was right. That's not her, the Professor's brother. Never mind. Don't mind me.
I imagine even the shrewd Mr. Reaper failed to foresee that kick in the teeth.
But yes, the Professor is responsible for Van Zieks' brother's murder, as we learned in the last investigation phase.
An extraordinary move on your part, my dear fellow, to throw that in front of the man.
You make it sound deliberate.
I can't help feeling that this professor case is really very puzzling.
Oh yes? In what particular manner?
Well, there's Mr. Drebber, Dr. Scythe, and Lord Van Zeeks. Seems that everybody in the trial's a link to the case somehow.
Yes, in fact, I alone am not a member of the set.
So that leaves me as an empty set, all alone with no interaction to any other.
Ooh. Did she hear the accusations?
Dr. Scythe. Ah, Dr. Courtney Scythe. Nate Stevens. A good day to you.
Hello, Shams.
That was very shrewd of you. What in particular, Pay?
You requested that 10-year-old autopsy report from Gregson, didn't you?
Why would you assume such a thing?
Because Gregson told me. To think it's been 10 years. 10 years in the laboratory wielding my scalpel. I smell of nothing but corpses and disinfectant.
A policeman on the jury had a lot to say about you as it happens, Dr. Scythe. And I've accused you of being complicit in what happened. I'm hoping that you'll take the stand and tell the truth about what really happened.
That certainly won't be possible. Lord Van Zeeks won't be summoning me as a witness. Lord Strongheart has forbidden it.
Lord Strongheart?
The Pandora's box you were warned about is the professor's case. But please don't make the mistake of thinking you'll get any information about it out of me. Attempting to hide from the truth. That's cowardice. I've always fought crime in the way that I see fit. I have no regrets. None at all. And that's all I came here to say. So, good day to you.
In G15, Windibank's autopsy was written by Dr. Steven suggesting Scythe only recently changed name, might be a newlywed. Ooh! That's a cool detail. I don't remember that at all. Or, I mean, I just wouldn't have paid attention to something like that at the time, right? Because she wasn't a relevant character. But that's kind of cool then, if there was, like, already that foreshadowing of her, even back then. So does that imply then that maybe... I guess what would her motive be for helping out, being complicit in this case then? It sounds like it's probably not murder of her husband then. Because she wouldn't have been married when she did the autopsy on the professor 10 years ago. So it's not like, unless this new person killed her husband. Was she going to be married to Asmon? That seems unlikely. She's only like, what, 30-something, I think? Asmon was like pushing 50. Seems very unlikely. Oh, she's 39. Yeah, it's still like a 10-year gap. I don't know. Maybe. But no, well, no, Asmon's not, wouldn't be in. So we don't know who this, Mr. Scythe is then. That's what it sounds like. Unless that's not relevant, and the name change was just to make like a little bit of a twist when it was revealed that she was the same person that did the professor. It was just to bring that up. Yeah, you know what? It's quite possible that her being married has nothing to do with this case. She mentioned it too, this Pandora's box.
Whatever does it all mean?
There's really no cause for concern. I assure you, when the trial resumes, the meaning will become all too apparent, whether you like it or not.
Huh?
Now then, I believe it's almost time. I must make my way back to the public gallery. The edge of my seat awaits.
I think maybe you're enjoying yourself a little too much.
Ah yes, one word of warning before I go. If in the course of the trial this afternoon you perceive even a shadow of doubt about the truth, don't let it out of your sight. Pursue it like a dog with a bone. To the bitter end, you understand? Do not falter, whatever may come to pass.
Alright, I understand. Thank you.
Good. I shall make myself scarce then. I purchased a bar of Kelma earlier, so I shall be gnawing on it as you gnaw away at the truth.
What did that warning from Mr. Sholmes really mean, I wonder? Especially the bit about whatever may come to pass. Yeah, where is this case gonna go? I mean, this is probably the final part, so something. Yeah. It's time for the final chapter then. I'm determined to find the truth. No matter what. It's just they're leaving the cart in the middle of the room.
In the name of Her Majesty the Queen, I hereby reconvene the proceedings of this court. Counsels for defense and prosecution, are you ready and able to continue?
The prosecution is ready, my lord.
Yes, my lord. Defense is also ready.
As the court is aware, the case under our scrutiny began with a demanding incident at the Great Exhibition. Yet now we find ourselves embroiled in the details of a convicted felon who was sent to the gallows a decade ago. Well, this trial has certainly defied all expectation.
That seems to be the fate of all the trials in which this Nipponese is involved, my lord.
So then, let us begin our exploration of the defense's assertion that the waxwork was cordially involved in this matter. Lord Van Ziggs.
My lord?
Are we still awaiting the arrival of Madame Taspels?
Not at all. She is in the antechamber as we speak and ready to be summoned.
Very well. Bring in the witness.
At once, my lord. Bailiff, show Madame Taspels to the stand.
Things are about to become a lot more intense. If Drebber is responsible, as I'm sure he is, means he must have had an accomplice in Dr. Scythe.
And what connects the pair of them? It's the waxwork.
Yes, the model of the professor. That's the key to the link between these otherwise unrelated individuals. It's a tenuous link, admittedly, but at present it's all we have to go on.
State your name and occupation for the court, please. My name is Madame Esmeralda Taspels. I'm a waxwork artisan, and the proprietress of the Madame Taspels Museum of Waxwork. You will have to pardon me for my working as I testify. My new exhibit must open very soon.
Oh, so he finally gets a statue, does he? Now there are two of them in the world.
Oh my, what expression is she carving onto that face? A number of days ago, a particular waxwork model was stolen from your museum. Can you confirm this? Oui, that is true. At first, we believed it had been kidnapped.
A waxwork model? Kidnapped?
Yes, my lord. There was demand for ransom money left behind by the culprit. However, according to what I've just been told outside the courtroom, that was not the true reason. I understand it was utilized as a substitute for the body of a murder victim. At present, that is no more than conjecture proposed by the defense. This is the victim of the case in question, Mr. Odie Asman. But of course, I know him very well. He is part of my odious personages exhibit. The detest to say what is evident, but Mr. Asmund does not resemble the professor at all.
Yes, but perhaps their faces are very similar.
Are you suggesting that we should now see now that the masked visage of the professor? I have here the key, but it is strictly forbidden to open the lock.
This is absurd.
Pardon?
I don't know what face you've carved into your fancy figure beneath the mask. But clearly it won't be that of the actual killer.
Indeed. The man's identity was never made public, after all.
The trial that took place in a closed court, the proceedings were strictly confidential.
The condemned man was summarily executed. His identity remains a closely guarded national secret.
There is no possible way that the repository of tawdry exhibits could get its hands on that information.
Your Damage. It would seem you're unaware of the Tuskbear's principles.
What principles?
Well, the family Tuskbears has always prided itself on sculpting its mottos à la perfection. Every detail, including the visage, is perfectioned with complete fidelity. Et voilà, our principles. There's a well-known legend about the Tuskbears waxworks from the time of the French Revolution. A member of the Tuskbears family is said to have made a waxwork of the queen who was executed. Oui, that is true. It was a century ago now. I believe the queen's face was carved in the minutes following the death, actually at the guillotine site. Correct. The model is on display still in the House of Horrors. We Tuskbears will stop at nothing to obtain a faithful replica of our subjects.
Dear me, a somewhat disturbing tenacity of purpose.
It is the only way to obtain a truly lifelike representation of the subject. And it has been my family secret for generations.
Do you mean to say that beneath the mask?
Oui, the true visage of the killer is there.
This is ludicrous. It's out of the question.
The professor spread terror throughout Great Britain. As a result, the Madame Tuskbear's special exhibit remains extremely popular even today. The killer emerging from his own grave. It is a sight to behold. You should come.
I think, Madame, it would be beneficial to hear your formal testimony on this matter. You will explain every detail of this macabre model, and your personal involvement in its creation.
With pleasure. The special exhibit in the House of Horrors is based on a rumor that shocked society in London, as an impression of the visage was taken directly from the corpse in accordance with Tuskbear's family principles. I enlisted the aids of the gravedigger and created a mold for the head in the cemetery just before the interment. I'd eat myself until he gave me a signal, and I was there for a very long time that night. As dawn approached, I was very worried that I would be discovered.
The gravedigger? The man sanctioned this?
Oui, I will do all that is necessary to achieve the true resemblance my family is celebrated for. Nobody else knew, only the gravedigger. What harm did he do, huh?
So you truly saw it? The face of that monster.
Naturally, I was aware at the time that his identity was a secret. But Tuskbears would not be Tuskbears if we did not insist on absolute fidelity to our sculptures.
Don't believe this. I myself have seen the special exhibit at your museum, Madame. Truly blood-curdling scene in which the murderer is emerging from his own grave.
The scene it depicts was the subject of many rumors in London 10 years ago. I have here a newspaper from the time.
Oh. Looks like someone's a little bit of a sketch artist on the side.
The special exhibit was based upon the picture in this article. It was the most detailed account of what happened, as reported by the eyewitnesses who saw it.
Man rises from the grave. It's too absurd for words.
The public enjoy absurdity, monsieur. As that is why I have reproduced the scene as carefully as possible in my museum.
And it's a waxwork from that exhibit that was stolen some days before the incident at the Great Exhibition, wasn't it?
That is correct. The professor you see before you here.
Most puzzling. Counsel for defense. Proceed with cross-examination.
This waxwork links Drebber to Dr. Scythe, and there has to be some reason for that, which hasn't yet come to light. But I'll find it. I'll get to the bottom of what really happened. I'll prove that Dr. Scythe and Drebber were in on this crime together.
Hold it!
And that rumor would be...
A 10-year-old tale now, but one that no Londoner would ever forget.
Alright, I know just what you're talking about, I think.
Of course, it wouldn't be anything else.
Yes, that story will never
Disappear. The tale of the condemned killer rising from the dead. Oh, that is the central attraction of my House of Horrors. The rumor was whispered all over the city, and it was like this. It was in Lowgate Cemetery behind the prison, the dead of night after the execution of the killer. The entailed professor slid back the stone slab covering his tomb and emerged from the grave. A young man who witnessed this felt a scream welling up inside him. But an instant later, he heard an ear-splitting gunshot from over his shoulder. The bullet struck the emerging corpse, and he fell motionless once more. The scream finally found its way from the mouth of the young witness, who turned and ran for his life.
The corpse climbed out of his own grave?
And then somebody shot him. Who was it? Nobody knows, even today. But remember, it was just a rumor. Perhaps nothing more than a ghost story. The good people of London, they love stories like this. That is why it was in every newspaper across the capital.
But it was just a story.
Was it just a story?
I mean, this is exactly the scene that can be seen today at your museum, isn't it?
Oui, the special exhibit was modeled on that very illustration. For a while afterwards, the contents of that article were reproduced in every newspaper imaginable. Madame, might I say something? Please, go ahead, mademoiselle. When something is described as a rumor, it doesn't necessarily mean that it's entirely made up. I believe that often, rumors contain elements of the truth. Ah, I see that people from the East can be just as astute as the people of Europe. Can we be sure, for instance, that the professor's execution was successful? It is not possible for the dead to come back to life.
Sorry?
10 years ago, I was there in Lowgate Cemetery. After the criminal known as the professor was killed by hanging, I took a wax of resin of his visage from the corpse just before it was entailed. So I can assure you, The man was dead.
I see. It would certainly appear that the condemned man suffered the intended fate.
Oh, whoops, that was the next one. I thought that was the first one for some reason.
Hold it!
Is that true of every waxworking museum then?
It is, assuming the subject is dead, of course. And the live subjects have to cooperate in a similar way. I have letters from imprisoned criminals all the time, you know.
What sort of letters?
When my time comes, please make a waxwork of me. Comme ça.
No.
My museum is famous, monsieur. To be made into a waxwork is an honor, and for some criminals, a symbol of status even.
Because nothing says hardened criminal better than wax.
And it is thanks to the one killer in particular that my museum has gained such popularity in London. I refer to the star of the special exhibit, of course, the Professor.
Whose form you claim to have captured by taking an impression from the actual corpse.
There are no exceptions to the principles of Tuspers.
Hold it!
Surely that's illegal, isn't it?
It would seem the proprietors of this repository of novelties is blinded by monetary greed. It had nothing to do with money. The man is part of London's criminal history. That is why I had to scope to record this history. It is the raison d'etre of the Tuspers Museum.
But if the man was convicted in a closed court and sent for immediate execution, well then surely nobody but the members of the judiciary present know the killer's true identity.
I assure you, behind that mask is hidden the true face of the Professor.
Do you realize what you are saying? The professor's identity is a national secret.
I understand. And now that the truth about the special exhibit has been revealed, it must perhaps close.
Of course it will. As will your entire museum if you don't tread very carefully, madame.
Well, that could be another interesting chapter in the history of my family, I think. Don't you?
So 10 years ago on the night of the professor's execution, you took a wax impression of his face from the corpse.
Oui, exactement.
Hold it!
You were there longer than you expected to be?
I had some difficulties encapsulating the subject's form correctly. As I removed the mask, the mouth of the cadaver fell open and I had some problems with the chin.
Dare I ask?
The man had been dead for a short while already, you see. His muscles were relaxing and consequently his chin would not align itself correctly. Oh dear, what a horrible thought.
Yeah, wait till I tell you about what happens afterwards. On the other end.
Under normal circumstances, I would have had an assistant with me. However, that night I was alone, and as a consequence I missed my preferred window of time.
What do you mean?
When I take an impression of the visage of a cadaver, I always wait until 3 hours after death.
Why 3 hours? Is that amount of time significant?
It is because of rigor mortis.
Rigor mortis?
It's the name given to a phenomenon that occurs in recently deceased bodies. As a rule, 3 hours past death, the muscles in the body begin to stiffen. By approximately 10 hours post-death, the entire body is completely rigid and inflexible. And then from that point on, the muscles slowly start to revert to their relaxed state. The effect is often used to estimate the time of death when a body is discovered.
Well, That was an education. If a slightly scary one.
As the mademoiselle says, rigor mortis commences 3 hours after death, and it starts in the jaw.
I see. So that's why you wait.
Before that time, the mouth falls open, and it is very difficult to do my work.
It's getting hard for me to do my work with all this talk of corpses. Wonder if that about the information the courts just heard from Manituspels. Let's give it a try. Maybe it's significant. The information about rigor mortis that you just shared with us. Would you mind including it in your formal testimony? I believe it could be significant, you see.
Of course. I do not mind at all. I can't help feeling that after this latest topic, the atmosphere in the courtroom has become extremely grave.
Oh, it has now. It's 100% has now. Before you said it was perfectly fine, but now the entire audience is dead. Or they wish they were. This is no time for jokes, Mr. Sato.
Madame, kindly amend your testimony as discussed.
Yes, sir.
Hold it!
Rigor mortis being the phenomena you described, whereby the corpse becomes stiff after death. I think you said that it starts at the jaw, about 3 hours post-death. Is that right?
Oui, c'est ça. Of course, the exact duration depends a little on the season.
I didn't realize a waxwork artisan would be so well versed in the subject.
No. That is only elementary knowledge in the field of legal medicine.
I had no idea about it, but maybe I won't admit to my ignorance about forensic science.
Could ask my father give you a very simple primer if you like.
I think corpses should be your domain. I'm not good with them.
Oh dear. I'll do my very best.
Oh, whoops. So, that's all I have to go on.
What's your feeling, Mr. Naruhodo?
Well, for some reason, Dr. Scythe went along with Drebber's plan. Now, if that's really true, well, then the professor is the only one thing we know of that links the pair of them. So I feel sure that waxwork must be a clue to this mystery somehow.
In that case, we must use his cross-examination to cover exactly what it means. Otherwise, the jurors are sure to revert their leanings and the trial will be over.
I agree, but interestingly, uncovering what the professor has to do with all of this means more to Lord Van Zieks than anyone. Well, that's the impression I'm getting anyway.
Yes, as do I.
After all, he has a profound connection to the professor as well.
Hold it!
You say that dawn was approaching. What was the time of day then, approximately?
Well, I could not say. But when I left the cemetery with my utensils and wax, the morning light was becoming visible.
The execution took place on 17th June, which had the earliest sunrise of that year.
Indeed it did. First light would have been around 4:40 in the morning.
That really is early. I'm surprised the judge knew exactly what time the sun rose that day. You know, being 10 years ago and not really any reason to remember something like that.
The fact is, I had very little time, so I finished my work in half an hour. It was necessary to complete the impression and bury the body before daybreak, of course. If somebody had discovered me there, it would have been a catastrophe, so I had to hurry.
Is it me or does Mr. Sholmes seem to be taking shape more quickly now too?
You certainly appear to go to extraordinary lengths for your work, madame.
Wonder, is what she just said particularly significant? Madame, those details about how long it took you to complete the sculpture in the early sunrise, could you include them in your testimony? I believe they may be significant.
Of course, if you would like me to. You're quite right, Mr. Naruhodo. It is intriguing. Sunrise at 4 in the morning would be absolutely unimaginable at home, wouldn't you?
That's not quite what I meant by significant.
Kindly amend your formal testimony then, madame.
With pleasure, my lord.
Hold it!
Did you have any reason to believe you might be discovered once the sun came up or something?
I had paid the gravedigger money to keep my little secret, of course. But with the morning light, I knew that the warden from the prison would commence his patrol of the area.
Couldn't you just have paid off the warden too then?
I had already paid the gravedigger, as I said. You cannot buy the silence of everyone, or the secret is no longer a secret, huh?
The sunrise was at 4:40 a.m. that day.
Which means that it would have been around 4 when you began your sculpting work. Oui, that must be correct. That would be when the gravedigger gave me the signal to come out of hiding.
Okay. We have a lot of information here that I could see being useful. So, Special Exhibit House of Horrors is based on a rumor that shocked society in London. Impression of the visage was taken directly from the corpse. Let's see, aided the gravedigger and create a mold for the head in the cemetery just before the interment. Took a very long time because it was before the onset of rigor mortis. I to finish my work in a half hour before sunrise and I left as soon as the corpse was interred. Okay, this one feels the most relevant. Because we have the death by hanging confirmed at midnight 17th of June. So he died at midnight on the 17th. So right at 12 a.m. So she was worried about rigor mortis setting in. Or it was no, it was because it hadn't. It took me a very long time because it was before the onset of rigor mortis. So rigor mortis comes when? Corpse becomes stiff after death. He said it starts at the jaw about 3 hours post-death. So at 3 a.m., rigor mortis should have already set in. 10 hours later, it should have the body should become slack again. So that would have been at 10 o'clock. So she should have had some time between 3 and 10 would have been rigor mortis. And she was saying... So that's where this argument falls apart here, because she was saying that rigor mortis had not set in yet. So if we look at the next statement, it was before the onset of rigor mortis. So she claims that she was using the body as a model between 0 and 3 hours after death. But that does not line up because she was there at about a half hour before sunrise at 4:10 a.m. So rigor mortis should have already set in, and therefore this evidence should be...
Objection!
Nope, okay. Maybe it was on the previous statement, despite this being the one that we used. She's lying about the rigor mortis. Intentionally or otherwise, but she's wrong about the rigor mortis. She has to be. It was before the onset of rigor mortis. Okay, so maybe it's this one then.
Objection!
There we go. I guess the new statement was a bit of a red herring, but honestly, I feel like this could have been presented on either of them because they both talk about time frames, and they're both kind of relevant. I feel like this could be a case of where both could be, and probably should be, the correct answer. Especially since time is also mentioned directly in the autopsy. Madame Tuspels, I have here an autopsy report that was filed 10 years ago now. It confirms the death of the professor following his execution at the gallows.
And is that a problem?
Well, I believe it is, because your testimony and a particular detail in the report completely contradicts one another.
Cool.
Are you going to explain yourself, my Nipponese friend?
According to her testimony, Madame Tussfels was creating her wax impression just before dawn, and at the time, rigor mortis had not yet set in. Am I correct so far, Madame?
You are, yes. As I said, the stiffening of the jaw is the first sign of rigor mortis, 2 to 3 hours after death. But the man's chin was limp, so he could not have been dead for a long time.
On the other hand, if you look at Dr. Sai's report, it quite clearly states that the following. Death by hanging confirmed at midnight, 17th June. If the professor indeed died at midnight that day, then by the time you were sculpting his face, rigor mortis would have already have set in.
Oui, yes, you are right. The chin, it would not have been completely stiff. It would have been completely stiff.
In other words, this report is wrong.
Objection!
No coroner makes mistakes when recording the time of death. The very idea is absurd.
In that case, there's only one possible conclusion. The execution didn't actually take place at the stated time.
Impossible! Order! Order! Counsel, this is beyond folly. Not only do you indict the author of the report, Dr. Scythe, but you also implicate members of the staff at Barclay Prison where the execution took place.
Objection!
My learned friend appears to have overlooked one very crucial fact.
What fact?
The professor died that night, without question.
He did. Of course he did. I moved the man's limp jaw with my own hands.
Objection!
Yes, the professor died that night. But what if he didn't die at the gallows?
Didn't die? Are you insane? What exactly are you suggesting did happen in that case?
Someone tampering with clocks? See, that would be a funny solution to this whole thing, just like some nefarious, like, mustache-twirling victim just tampering with clocks for no reason. I think what's more likely here is that someone didn't want to cover up when this guy was dead. Hence the gunshot that was heard in the cemetery. It's almost impossible to believe, but it would explain the link between Dr. Scythe, the professor, and that one other person of interest. I have evidence that will explain exactly what I'm suggesting happened that night.
Counsel, present the evidence at once. The evidence that allegedly explains what really happened on the night of the professor's execution.
Well, the article, obviously.
Take that!
What happened that night is written very plainly in this newspaper article. Executed criminal returns in the dead of night at local cemetery.
You're suggesting it was a corpse coming back from the dead now?
Well, if this article is to be believed, yes. The professor, assumed dead following his execution, emerged from his grave and was killed again.
Objection!
Don't be a fool. That's simply a rumor published by the gutter press.
Can you be certain of that?
Are you serious?
Point is, as the article says, there was a witness to what happened.
My word. Yes, indeed.
Mais oui. The young man who stole into the cemetery by chance that night.
Objection!
Of course there was a witness. The story didn't write itself. But obviously the man made it all up. And in any case, this was 10 years ago now. There would surely be no hope of finding him.
On the contrary, my lord, we all know this witness well.
What? Are you suggesting, counsel, that you've identified the person in question? That you know who claims to have seen these utterly incredible events take place?
Yes, my lord. In fact, you could say that he's right here before my very eyes.
You will substantiate your claim now then, counsel. Who is the alleged witness of the staggering scene from the cemetery 10 years ago?
Take that!
Must say I'm quite staggered by the scene I see before me now, Counsel. Wait, what?
That's not it? It's not the guy written right on the front page? Okay, then it's the other person. I feel like this would also have been correct, considering that he literally drew the image on the page. But alright, I know who else we can check. I know very well who else we can check. There's two people here that are relevant. I still think it's kind of stupid that it couldn't be him too. There's two people here we can do.
Take that!
I think both are right. It should have been one of those half-right things where it's like, well, yes, that guy probably witnessed it too, but unfortunately he's dead. The man in question is Mr. Enoch Drebber.
Drebber? The previous witness?
A special exhibit in the House of Horrors at Madame Tuspel's Museum of Waxwork recreates that decade-old scene in great detail. The condemned criminal emerging from the grave, and beside the tomb, a young man with a lantern stumbling upon the terrifying sight. And that young man is a 10-year younger Mr. Enoch Drebber.
Order! Order! Surely not, Counsel.
Typer was there in Locate Cemetery? What is all this talk about, Mr. Typer? Is the name significant?
Of course, Madame Tuspel doesn't know, does she? Yes, it's extremely significant, Madame. To your situation as well, in fact.
What situation?
Well, the theft of the Professor Waxwork from your museum some days ago was perpetrated by the very same man.
No. But that would mean...
Madame Tuspes, it would appear you know the name Enoch Drebber.
Oui, yes, I know it. But from long ago in the past.
What?
Oh my.
Good gracious!
Explain yourself. Tell us everything you know.
Yes, of course. The story of the young man and the terrible sight he witnessed in the cemetery 10 years ago was published in every single newspaper in London and throughout Great Britain. However, in all of the articles, the witness was simply described as a certain young man. No details were published about his identity. His name was never revealed. That is, apart from in one newspaper. The Daily Circus. It is the paper from which comes the article I've already shown in the court.
You're saying that his full name was only publicized in that article?
Goodness me! Yes, here it is. The university student who experienced this shocking event is Mr. Enoch Drebber, a disciple of science at the University of London and a resident of its student dorms.
Unbelievable.
When I read the article, I went to meet with the man. His discovery of the condemned criminal coming back to life in the cemetery in the dead of night would make a perfect exhibit for my House of Horrors, whether it was the truth or not.
I see. So you went to meet Mr. Drebber in order to sculpt the waxwork of the man, did you?
Exactement. He was studying science at the University of London in those days. He was just a poor student. I paid him £5 to model for the waxwork. And since that time, it has been in my museum to recreate the scene of terror from the cemetery.
So, 10 years ago, a young man appealed to the public about an extraordinary event he'd witnessed. A criminal who had been put to death, re-emerging from his grave in the middle of the night. But the public treated his claim as nothing more than an amusing anecdote. That was soon forgotten. 10 years later, the same man steals a waxwork model of the executed criminal, ostensibly to use as a body double for the victim in the case we're discussing here today. Even though the waxwork's build is a poor match for the victim, and its face is obscured by a mask. So the question is, why would the man do such a thing? Which brings us to 3 days ago, when the birdcage crashed into the Crystal Tower. If the birdcage had in fact contained not the body of Mr. Asman, but the same waxwork, the coroner from Scotland Yard who investigated, Dr. Scythe, would have noticed immediately. And yet she submitted the autopsy report for the victim, which the court has seen earlier. Why? Because the waxwork was that of the professor, is that what you're saying? Dr. Scythe put her name to a document confirming the death of a condemned criminal who is still alive. A criminal whose apparent resurrection was witnessed by Mr. Drebber. That misconduct was a deadly secret to the coroner who would do anything to protect. Which is precisely why Mr. Drebber used that particular waxwork as the body double. My lord, this court must summon Dr. Scythe to the stand. The defense is determined to find out exactly how the coroner and Mr. Drebber are connected.
Well, but according to the missive I received this morning through the prosecutor's office, Dr. Scythe is unable to participate in these proceedings. Is that not the case?
She told us herself, didn't she? Lord Van Seeks won't be summoning me as a witness. Lord Strongheart has forbidden it.
Lord Strongheart?
The Pandora's box you were warned about is the Professor case. And please don't make the mistake of thinking you'll get any information about it out of me.
Something happened on the night of that killer's execution 10 years ago. Surely nobody would want to get to the bottom of that more than Lord Van Zeeks. The prosecution calls for the instructions in that missive to be scrapped.
But Lord Van Zeeks, the missive was issued from Lord Chief Justice's office.
Objection!
Oh shit. The assigned prosecutor has the final say on any policy in any particular trial. In other words, me. Yes. Let Enoch Drebber and Dr. Scythe both take the stand together. It just occurred to me that we have not done a single, like, multi-witness testimony today. I, like, almost forgot that that was a thing.
Order! Order! Very well. I will uphold your request. Bailiff, send a subpoena with immediate effect addressed to Dr. Scythe of the Forensic Investigation D. The woman is compelled to attend on Her Majesty's orders.
Alright then, Enoch Drebber and Dr. Scythe. If they weren't colluding with one another, this crime could never have been committed. I'm just a stone's throw away. I can feel it. The truth behind all of this is about to come out. Okay, before the camera panned all the way over, I was just wondering why there was a floating head of Herlock at the stand. I forgot that she was holding it. Thank you for your attendance at such short notice, Dr. Scythe.
I'm disappointed in you, Lord Van Zeeks. You've completely betrayed the agreed policy of both Scotland Yard and the prosecutor's office.
Betrayal is not in my nature, as long as the truth isn't compromised. If it is, if there's even a hint of wrongdoing, then no matter whom it concerns or disgruntles, I will put the matter to the bitter end, as would any prosecutor worth his salt. Mr. Drebber, you took the victim's life by means of a machine that you constructed in your workshop. And Dr. Scythe, As the investigating coroner, you were the first on the scene to manage to examine the victim's body. It is the belief of the defense that you collaborated with each other and were both complicit in this crime.
And where's your evidence?
Well, at present, we have no definitive evidence, but we do have a very significant clue.
What are you talking about?
I'm talking, of course, about the waxwork. This model of the killer known as the Professor, who was sentenced to death 10 years ago.
You don't need to tell me. I witnessed the man's execution with my own eyes, and officially pronounced him dead.
That remains to be seen.
Is that so?
According to newspaper reports from the time, on the night following his execution, the killer came back to life.
Don't waste my time.
And the sole witness to that mysterious event was you, Mr. Drebber, wasn't it? If what you saw in the graveyard that night 10 years ago wasn't some chilling fiction, but reality, it would make you privy to a very great secret of Dr. Sides. A secret so profound it could compel the coroner to agree to collaborate in your evil scheme, in fact. Do you think Scythe was the one that was standing in the graveyard and shot the professor as he came out of the grave? Because he was buried alive? Mr. Drebber, tell the court. Tell everyone the truth of what you saw that night in Lowgate Cemetery. He doesn't want to say anything. Trying really hard to figure out how to say this without implying that he's involved.
What an interesting twist. When at the time, not one person would take me seriously. Yet now here we are, 10 years later, and suddenly my story matters. And in a court of law too. Very well then, if everyone so wishes. Let us be frank. I will tell you the truth of what happened that night, for what it's worth.
So, Mr. Trevor, your testimony, please, about the events that night 10 years ago. You will tell the court exactly what you stumbled across in Lowgate Cemetery.
Yes, of course. As you wish.
Either her or Strongheart? Yeah, if Strongheart's like forbidding her from talking about this incident, then quite possibly he might have been there too. I'm wondering if this plot's gonna go like we're gonna have to face off against Lord Strongheart in case 5. Kind of like how we did with Von Karma. Von Karma and also the Chief of Justice. The Chief of Police in 1-5.
The reason I was in Lowgate Cemetery all 10 years ago was for a spot of moonlighting, shall we say. Yes, the illustration in that newspaper article is based on what I witnessed that night. But thinking back now, I realized that I never actually saw the professor. Soon afterwards, I was visited by a young woman who sculpted a model of me from wax. Then I gave up on my dream of becoming a scientist. It was all because of that newspaper article.
Wait, that's what made him give up? Wait a minute, you're claiming you didn't actually see the professor now?
Of course. You'd have to have a screw loose if you believed the corpse could come back from the dead.
But, so you're saying this article is
not worth the paper it's printed on? I think that would describe it perfectly, yes.
You have
the details in the article aren't true. It nullifies your argument for why Mr. Gerber and Dr. Scythe would have been working together.
So he's discrediting himself to cripple my argument?
Tell me, witness. You claim to have been in the cemetery on some auxiliary business. Can you elaborate?
That's right. Grave robbing, to be precise. As you know, Lowgate Cemetery is the rear of Barclay Prison. So among students at the university had a reputation of being haunted by the ghosts of condemned convicts.
Grave robbing, you say?
Yes, exhuming fresh corpses to sell is reasonably lucrative. Of course, I never laid a finger on any valuables buried with the dead.
Oh, good. Thank goodness. I would have been really upset if you stole their valuables instead of, taking the corpses and selling them on the black market. That would have just been reprehensible.
So you are one of the so-called resurrectionists, a particularly unpleasant scourge on society. Actually, my fellows and I went by another name. The Repurposers.
That is quite beyond the pale. You would invite divine retribution, sir.
Yes, well, I think I suffered retribution enough. The Daily Circus eventually unearthed my name and put it in print. It caused me a great many headaches. In the end, I had to leave the university. That was the only paper with a bad grace, so identified me unambiguously, I might add.
I see. Out of interest, who drew the illustration for the article?
Ah, yes. It was the reporter who exposed me. He sketched that right in front of me as I described the scene.
I think we found what one might call a motive.
Obviously, as time ticked on, I bitterly regretted what I had done. Claiming to have seen something I never truly saw. Foolish. Very foolish.
Well, counsel for the defense, you may proceed to the cross-examination now.
At once, my lord.
Hold it!
By moonlighting, you mean grave robbing, do you?
Surely you only need to look at the graveyard scene and my appearance to gauge the answer to that.
Really? Is it really that obvious? It's a lantern and spade. But who on earth would want to buy a dead body?
Any major hospital.
Hospital?
In order to better understand the human body, the study of anatomy is crucial to medical science. But there is a hospital in the world that has enough specimens to work with. Though obviously they can't openly express an interest in obtaining more by dubious means. As aspiring scientists, we young research students had no money to work with, as I'm sure you can imagine. So we made surreptitious our arrangements with hospitals via some of our medical student acquaintances. We would never take anything of value from the graves. That was all for the furtherance of science, you see. That's what we all told ourselves every time we stole into the graveyard at night, spade in hand.
You realize body snatching is a serious crime?
If you were caught,
You could expect the gravest of consequences.
we students were caught between the hammer and the anvil. We needed funds for research.
Professor Harebrain said exactly the same thing.
I'm speechless at the apparent levity with which you revealed this abhorrent behavior.
Well, if you want to know why I was there at Lowgate Cemetery, that's the reason. But I never expected it to end the way it did. That, I regret to this day.
Hold it!
A strange happening at Lowgate Cemetery, which you now deny.
Not entirely. I ran to fetch the police at the time, you know. I was shaking like a leaf. But they didn't believe a word of it. In fact, I was very nearly arrested myself.
So you went to the papers instead?
I started big with the London News, but unsurprisingly, they didn't want to know either. In the end, though, it was reporters from the gossip rags, the gutter press, that came to get my story. And it spread like the plague through the capital as gossip-hungry Londoners lapped up the tale. The story was in every single paper at the time, with the exception of some broad seats. And yet only 2 or 3 of them actually interviewed me personally. Most of the accounts turned out to be very interpretive ghost stories.
What about the article in the Daily Circus?
That particular journalist found me at my dormitory. I don't know how, but he discovered my name. So I recounted to him exactly what had happened that night.
And from your description, he drew this illustration?
Precisely. That's how I learned that the condemned man was the infamous professor. Because the reporter told me so. I had no idea myself, you see. Newspaper reporters aren't want to snoop around in matters that don't concern them. So the scene portrayed in the illustration is accurate, then. Well.
Hold it!
What are you talking about?
I think I explained already, didn't I? Lowgate Cemetery is at the rear of Barclay Prison. There was renowned among us students at the university for being haunted by the ghosts of condemned convicts. For some absurd reason, I was scared of the graveyard at night, and as a result, only too willing to believe that nonsense about the dead coming back to life.
But you said you actually saw it.
I said what I'd seen in my mind's eye. After all, resurrection is impossible, isn't it? You'd have to be unhinged to think otherwise. Unless, of course, you have some evidence that proves I encountered the professor that night.
Well, it seems to be that we sort of implied that the professor may not have been dead yet. I don't know. Same material evidence could show he really did see the professor?
Do you have anything at all, Mr. Naruhodo?
I know, and you presented against him that irritatingly backtracking statement of his.
The point is, that night was a pivotal moment in my life.
Okay, so we're probably going to get a piece of evidence here and we'll come back to that. That was statement 3.
Hold it!
The young woman being Madame Tuspels, of course.
Precisely. I must say I didn't expect to run into her again like this 10 years later. As I have explained, I went by the name published in the article and, I found the man.
Yes, the article in the Daily Circus, I think you said.
I was a poor student with barely a penny to my name at the time. And the young lady put £5 in front of me.
So you readily consented to having a waxwork of yourself made and gave permission for it to be put on display.
I did. I should sell what little I had to sell, I concluded. Ah, oui. I remember now. I purchased something else from you that day, n'est-ce pas? Did you? I can't say I remember.
What was it, madame?
His camera. Ah. Oh yes, I made a point of taking it with me whenever I made an excursion into any cemetery.
You took a camera with you, sir? To what end?
To record the details of the bodies I disinterred. But I had no intention of ever visiting a graveyard again after that night, so I sold it.
I see.
Okay, that explains a lot about the camera we found at the museum then.
But I still have it, monsieur. It is part of the special exhibit on my House of Horrors. I am very meticulous about such details. It is the Tuspels way. It seems, then, that this is the very camera Mr. Drebber took with him to Lowgate Cemetery in the night in question.
Yeah, interesting. This article, you mean? Published in the Daily Circus?
Yes, somebody informed the dean that it was my name that appeared in the article, and carelessly let slip that night after night I was digging up graves. Hardly a model student, you might say. The university's reputation was exorcisably defiled, and I was expelled as a result. Mon Dieu, I had no idea. And having been run out of university, you found employment in a somewhat specialist trade.
You combine your knowledge of science with the knowledge of stage magic to create various experimental machines intended to demonstrate never-before-seen technology, and you use those deceptive machines to trick the government and private investors into giving you money. Professor Albert Harebrain was just your latest victim, wasn't he?
Whatever are you talking about? I have no recollection of doing anything of the sort.
What's Trevor up to? Why would he suddenly change his tune and recant his claim?
I wonder if perhaps it's because his circumstances have changed now.
What circumstances?
Well, if he admits to having seen the professor emerging alive from his grave 10 years ago, it'll expose a secret in Dr. Sai's past that she would desperately want to hide.
Yes, of course. If Trevor and Dr. Scythe are working together now, then if Trevor were to betray her, there'd be no reason for her to continue to cooperate. In that case, there's only one way around it. I'll have to prove he really did see it. Prove he really did see the professor's corpse coming back from the dead as he originally claimed.
Yes, Mr. Naruhodo. Exactly.
Okay, so we got number 3 here. Oops.
Hold it!
We'll press this one again. Maybe now we'll get to put some evidence now that we have evidence. Or maybe it's just a hint to present evidence on this scene. Some evidence proves I encountered the professor that night. Okay, yeah, present it. Okay, yeah. We need to present it. Okay. So, the only thing that changed was the camera, of course. Where's the camera? Actual camera that Mr. Trevor had with him in the cemetery 10 years ago when the lens extended dark staining can be seen on the bellows.
Objection!
Okay, maybe that was a little early. It's probably used for something else, so we need some other piece of evidence to prove he was on that night, and then we use the camera. I realized I never actually saw the professor at all, though. Okay. But there was nothing in the camera. Someone took out the... We don't have the glass that was used in it that night. Or the plate.
That's right, isn't it incredible to think that this is the actual camera Mr. Trevor used that night? I certainly never imagined a piece of evidence would be on display at Madame Tussfeld's.
She's very keen on keeping everything as true to life as possible, though, isn't she? Fortunately, yeah, that's all we get out of it at the moment. So if we had that, that would be useful, but we can't. I mean, this is just an artist's interpretation. I don't think it necessarily means that he saw anything. You can draw whatever you want for a paper like this, right? So what else could we, like, present for this? Thinking back now, I realize I never actually saw the professor at all. Wait. We can examine this? I've never done that before. This piece of glass is almost as thick as it is wide.
Yeah, I've never seen anything like it.
If you were to compare it to a human, only Mr. Sholmes has such thick skin.
There's really no need for such a comparison, Mr. Naruhodo, as you well know.
Anyway, it can only be from the Crystal Tower, surely.
Yes, I think so too. It was probably made especially to meet the demands of that great structure.
Or
Objection.
okay, no. I think I'm really getting my head ahead of myself on that one. But I don't think I'm wrong. Unfortunately, this isn't an adventure game where you can combine items. I didn't jump the gun on that one, I jumped the fucking Grand Canyon. Okay, what else can we, are we sure that's the only statement we can really do anything with at the moment? It has to be the correct one. Never actually saw the professor at all, though. I don't think... I mean, the pictures of him doing it, do we want to...
Objection.
Okay. I thought this whole time we were going on and on about how this picture was just complete fluff, but I guess that was mostly him doing it, so... Yeah, I don't know why I believed him on that. Sorry, Mr. Gerber, but I don't believe that.
Don't believe what?
Your latest claim. You did see the professor on that night, 10 years ago.
Oh dear. We seem to be at odds. But I was there and you were not. I know what I didn't see.
The illustration with this article was drawn based upon what you told the journalist that you witnessed. A figure emerging from a tomb, wearing an iron mask.
Yes, Vince the killer was tried 10 years ago.
It was decided in the closed court's rulings that the man would wear the mask to hide his identity. It wasn't to be removed even during his execution and subsequent burial. Not even the prison wardens were able to see the man's face, but obviously the provision of this mask was not public knowledge. So, Mr. Gerber, as you've just heard, a lowly student of the University of London certainly wouldn't have known about the condemned man's mask. So unless you actually seen the professor that night, it's inconceivable that the artist would have included the mask in that illustration. Order! Order! Well, Mr. Gerber.
It's a vile scene, isn't it? If you look closely. And as I've already been at pains to point out, I was utterly petrified. Which is why I had it in my head that I'd seen such a blood-curdling sight. But afterwards, I came to my senses and realized I had been mistaken.
You're still saying you didn't see it? He was just like scared shitless, so he thought he saw it.
If you are stubbornly sticking to that story, witness, then amend your testimony to explain exactly how you think your eyes deceived you. Of course, of course. Only too happy to oblige.
I believe he's still not going to concede the point. A fellow grave robber at work. Oh, I mean, Madame Tuspells, probably. Alright, let's press this and see what happens first. I have no idea what we're doing here. A fellow grave robber? What are you talking about?
Well, I wasn't the only one busy in the cemetery that night, you know. Other body snatchers were at work. Of course, when I saw one emerging from the hole he dug, my heart fairly nearly stopped. So that's the terrifying sight I actually saw, you see. You're claiming it was just another student on equally insalubrious business as yourself?
Many of the medical students would wear medical masks to protect them from bacteria during dissections. Clearly, the fellow was using such a mask to protect his anonymity. Wouldn't you say?
Objection.
But there's more to the story, isn't there? The article goes on to say, in the next second, a gunshot rang out suddenly from behind. The bullet pierced the resurrected man's chest, whose breath then stilled once more.
We might assume that the sexton discovered the miscreants at work, perhaps, and fired upon one of them.
If a gravedigger had shot someone in the cemetery, I think it might have been a rather big news, my lord.
Yes, well,
I can only assume it was an embellishment bolted on later by the reporter.
Excuse me.
Madame Tuspels, don't take it on him, Mr. Sholmes.
Oh la la, pardon. I was lost in my thoughts.
Would it be fair to say that Mr. Drebber's latest remark was significant to you in some way?
I thought it was a little strange, that is all. Monsieur Drebber could claim this now.
If you don't mind me saying, madame, what are you talking about?
Well, when I met you 10 years ago at your university dormitory, you recounted to me about your adventures in the cemetery, no? Including the gunshot.
Stop! You might want to watch your tongue, you know.
Objection.
Have a care, Drebber. That's no way to speak to a lady. Please, Madame Tuspels, carry on.
Of course. According to what Monsieur Drebber told me at the time, he did hear a gunshot from behind him and the bullet hit the condemned man.
I said nothing of the sort.
No, you were very explicit about the details. About the mask that the figure was wearing. And the blood that splattered over you when he was shot.
Enough. Shut up, woman. You're making all this up.
that will do. Mr. Drebber,
Yes?
you refute the account just given by Madame Tuspels?
I have no recollection of ever saying those things. Come on, do you really expect that?
Control yourself, counsel. I will not permit baseless accusations in my courtroom.
Right.
Under the circumstances, I think it best that you supplement your testimony with a statement to clarify your position on this, witness.
Oh my god, we're still going with this guy.
Very well.
There was no gunshot from behind me at all, nor any splattering blood. Excellent, that's what we needed! You got him in a trap now. Yet Madame Tuspels has testified that you told her about both of those details. Not true. I said nothing of the sort. 10 years have passed. Without material evidence to the contrary, you have no grounds on which to question the witness's word. Tell me, Madame Tuspels.
Oui.
What exactly did Mr. Drebber say about the blood that apparently splattered on him?
Alors, this is what he told me. All of a sudden, he heard a very loud gunshot from behind his back. The bullet hit the figure who was emerging from the tomb in the middle of the chest, in his heart.
One dreadful sight after another.
And since Monsieur Drebber was at the time facing towards the condemned man, the blood splayed from the wound and splattered on his body. That is what he told me.
So, not an experience you would ever forget, is it?
Precisely.
And I didn't forget it because, as I've already said, it never happened in the first place. He's clearly lying. If only I had some evidence to prove it. Oh, if only, hey?
Can't let him win, Mr. Naruhodo. So we mustn't overlook a single detail, no matter how small.
Ah, if only we did have some evidence. That would be really helpful right about now, wouldn't it?
Objection!
Just a little piece of evidence.
Mr. Driver, do you remember this camera? But that is the camera from that fateful night.
Yes, we borrowed it from the House of Horrors. It's the camera you took with you to the cemetery that night, Mr. Trevor. And is that supposed to be significant? Well, this kind of camera is rarely seen in our homeland, so my colleague and I were keen to examine it closely. We noticed that the lens extends forwards on the end of some bellows. Like this.
Hold it!
What's that? There, it's just on the bellows. It looks like a dark red stain. Well, that's right. It's a rather conspicuous mark here on the bellows, in fact. Good lord! Are you suggesting? Yes, my lord. It would appear to be a spatter of blood.
Something that could be confirmed with a simple chemical test. Isn't that right, Dr. Scythe? It would appear to be difficult to determine if it was human blood and not the blood of some animal. But yes, to test whether or not it's blood at all is simple enough.
I propose that Madame Tuspel's testimony was correct, and that on the night in question 10 years ago, you were splattered with blood from the gunshot wound. Well, And that furthermore, you really did witness the condemned professor emerging from his tomb. There's simply no way you could have forgotten such a traumatic experience. In other words, the only explanation is that you're trying to hide the fact that you saw the professor that night.
Objection!
But why? Why would he want to do that? Well, not for his own gain, it would seem. For whose then? Who could benefit? Mr. Jebber is obviously lying in order to protect somebody. My goodness! He's shielding someone? Yes, my lord. And clearly, it's someone who doesn't want the truth about the professor coming back to life to be exposed. Well, Counsel, who is it then? Who is this witness trying to protect by lying about what he saw that night? I mean, I think this one's pretty obvious, but just in case. Been jumping the gun before today.
Take that!
The obvious answer is Dr. Scythe. Scythe? Whatever do you mean? Imagine if the convict who'd been sentenced to death was not in fact killed. Imagine if that was to come to light.
What are you insinuating?
And imagine if the convict in question was the country's most hated mass murderer. If it was the professor, that would be an unprecedented scandal.
Objection!
This is beyond a joke. Need I point out that the dead cannot come back to life? What you're suggesting would mean that the execution never actually happened. Yes, that's exactly what I mean.
Objection!
Once a man is sent to the gallows, he hangs. No one could escape, not in Great Britain.
Objection!
But the fact is, there was a witness to the fact that the man did escape his hanging. If that were really true, Counsel, the implications of misconduct would not stop at the supervising corner. It would take the honor of the entire judiciary, from the ground up. And it's exactly because of these monumental repercussions that Dr. Scythe would consent to any demand made of her by someone who threatened to expose the secret. Even if that meant being complicit in a crime. You mean? I mean that Dr. Scythe wasn't collaborating with Mr. Drebber's wicked scheme. She was coerced into collaborating in order to protect her decade-old secret. She switched up dead body of Mr. Asman with a waxwork model and fabricated the autopsy report. Lord Van Zeeks.
Pray forgive my freshly filled hollow chalice and a whole raft of other discourtesies now. Goodness me! It's just the sort of tall tale Londoners would enjoy, I grant you. And an executed killer rising from the dead, Scotland Yard covered up, a conspiracy at the highest levels. So let me ask you one thing.
What's that?
If the condemned man really did emerge from his tomb that night only to be shot in the chest, who pulled the trigger? And disposed of him forever?
Well, I have no idea at the moment. We have too little information to work that out at present, I think. I couldn't agree more.
The Old Bailey is no place for wild fantasies. And have you considered this, my learned Nipponese friend?
Considered what?
Do you realize just what a dangerous endeavor it would be to coerce this woman to such criminal activity? It's tantamount to declaring war on the entire British police force and judiciary.
Quite. I don't imagine any sum of money being offered for research could warrant it.
Doretta and some stage deception when so much is at stake would be madness.
Well, I suppose.
And this was no petty crime either. The victim was murdered. A man who'd already invested the money into the venture and would be instrumental in future profits too. Yes, I had no reason to have killed Mr. Asman at all. Or are you forgetting that his death results in me receiving not a single penny? The court is already aware of the contract between myself and the victim, no?
There is a contract, that's very true.
The motive for this case runs deep, though. I can feel it. His threats to force the head of the forensic investigation team to cooperate is extreme. Especially for a government grant he had no guarantee of receiving in the first place. The research grant was the aim. Taking Mr. Asman's life would have made no sense anyway. Which means Mr. Drebber's motive wasn't money at all. He was just trying to kill Mr. Asman. But why? Why was his motive then?
The time is up, my learned friend. I'd say you'd have one last chance before the jury loses their patience with this Torad. Let's see if you can back up your hefty proposal, shall we?
The dodge.
How do you explain why this engineer would throw all caution to the wind and threaten his own country?
At this point, I'm not prepared to listen to more of this outlandish conjecture without proof. So, counsel, present your evidence.
Alright. Who exactly was Mr. Asman to Drebber? There's a connection there that no one's seen yet. I'm gonna have to present two pieces of evidence to show what it is. Well, I think I know one of them. Wasn't expecting two, though. Yes, my lord. The evidence that establishes a motive and explains why the witness wanted the victim dead is right here. Establishes a motive and explains why the witness wanted the victim dead is right here. Okay, so we're gonna start with this.
Take that!
It's this newspaper article, my lord.
That was written 10 years ago, and every detail has been examined already. What can it possibly tell us? That drivel should never have been written. It's typical gutter press nonsense that means nothing.
Yes, on its own it isn't particularly significant, however, when considered alongside another piece of evidence, it will completely explain your motive for wanting Mr. Asman dead.
What other evidence?
Counsel, you will present your supplementary evidence without delay. The evidence, which when cross-referenced with the newspaper article, establishes a motive for the deed.
Okay, so the newspaper article is because it was written by Asman, and it was basically just straight up slander against the man. Or libel. It's libel, right? That's the written version. So that's what got him, you know, expelled from the university, ruined his career, blah, blah, blah. I was not expecting a second piece of evidence that I would have to present with this. Evidence which, when cross-referenced with the newspaper article, establishes a motive for the deed. Is it this? Because it's got his signature on it?
Take that!
It is this. Okay. It's his contract, my lord. Mr. Drebber, this is the contract you signed with Mr. Asman.
Yes, that's right. The very document, in fact.
That proves I had no reason to kill the man. No, I'm afraid not.
What?
There's something very significant in it that this newspaper article and the contract have in common.
Really?
And it's that common link that shows very clearly why you were determined to kill Mr. Odie Asman. It seems the defense has uncovered some things the rest of us have missed. So, my learned friend, point out what these two pieces of evidence have in common. Where exactly is the link between this newspaper article and the contract?
Take that!
What these two pieces of evidence have in common is a signature.
A signature?
The signature on the illustration that accompanies the 10-year-old article and the signature on the contract belong to the same person.
What?
As the court has heard, this illustration was drawn 10 years ago by the newspaper reporter who found Mr. Drebber and interviewed him about his ordeal. If you were to look closely, the reporter's signature can be seen in the bottom right corner of the drawing. And if you look close at the contract here, which was signed between the witness and the victim last year, you can clearly see Mr. Asman's signature in the bottom.
Let me see now. Good lord, yes! They're identical.
In short, the journalist who drew the illustration and wrote the article published about Mr. Drebber 10 years ago was the victim of this case, Mr. Odie Asman.
Objection!
Explain to the court why. Why would that constitute a motive for the witness to murder Asman?
Well, if you think back, you'll remember that Mr. Drebber talked about that article in his testimony.
Grave robbing, you say?
Yes. Exhuming fresh corpses to sell is reasonably lucrative.
That is quite beyond the pale. You would invite divine retribution, sir.
Yes, well, I think I suffered retribution enough. The Daily Circus eventually unearthed my name and put it in print. It caused me a great many headaches. In the end, I had to leave the university. That was the only paper with the bad grace to identify me unambiguously, I might add. Then I gave up on my dream of becoming a scientist, and it was all because of that newspaper article.
At the time, you were a student of the University of London who dreamt of becoming a scientist. However, a single newspaper article changed your entire life.
So Mr. Asman used to be a newspaper journalist, did he?
He did, my lord. In fact, it's a widely held belief that Asman managed to position himself at the heart of his criminal network, thanks to the many dubious connections he made during his time as a reporter.
so you had to give up on your dream and leave university. You lost everything. Eventually, you found yourself working in the field of science, but only in the shadows. And all because of that article, written by Mr. Asman. Enough. Stop this endless drivel about my life. What? Explain yourself, Mr. Jebba. Yes, it's true. I had to leave the university as a result of that article. But it was just the straw that broke the camel's back. What do you mean? Almost every student of science in the faculty was too poor to actually conduct any research. But they struggled on with their hypotheses anyway. We all did, only to have them taken by vultures. Sooner or later, you knew your ideas would be stolen and handed by some wretch or other, after all. Good gracious! Making a name for yourself as a scientist in a climate like that was a miracle only a select few geniuses could ever hope to achieve. Personally, I wasn't one of those geniuses, so it was hardly a wrench. Being forced out of the university because of Logate was the best thing that could have happened to me.
Objection!
Mr. Trevor, do you genuinely believe that? Of course I do. Who's better placed to know whether or not I possess a talent for science than me? I'm sorry to say that your words don't ring true at all. How dare you? And I have evidence to prove it. How are you in a position to say anything about me? I don't know you from Adam. Fine. If you think you have evidence, go ahead. Show it. What could you possibly have to disprove the idea that I was happy to leave university behind because I lacked talent? Oh. Oh boy. Happy to leave university behind because happy to leave university because you lack talent. Is it the trophy? Oh, I feel like it's probably the trophy. But lacking talent, doesn't this trophy prove the opposite? Well, let's give it a try.
Take that!
Okay. Do you remember this, Mr. Jubber? We found it at your workshop. Is that a Royal Society trophy for excellence in science? What exactly is this trophy, Counselor? It's the greatest honor that can be bestowed on a young scientist, my lord. There is no higher accolade. It recognizes emerging talent and promises a bright future. Good gracious! Your prospects for the future were excellent, weren't they, Mr. Jubber? Because even then, you were a genius in your field. But you lost everything. You had no more future. Your talents would go to waste. All as a result of this one newspaper article. I don't know whether you realized who Mr. Asman was. But when it dawned on you that he was the same journalist who 10 years ago ruined your life, it's abundantly clear that you had no intention of forgiving the man. The truth is, finally, he's going to fold. Oh. Fine. Clearly this has run its course now. What? I admit it. All of it. What? What are you doing? It's exactly as the Japanese man said. I was coerced into going along with this man's plot to murder the victim, on the condition that I kept my dirty secret from 10 years ago. No. Good Lord!
Dr. Scythe, do you realize what you're saying, woman? It's all true. That day, when I arrived at the Crystal Tower and saw the birdcage, my heart nearly stopped beating. A memory from a decade ago that I'd done my best to bury deep inside myself. It was the professor again staring me in the face. And then, before I had the chance to react, I noticed something else. There was a note tucked inside the model's jacket. Dr. Scythe, you will go along with my plan. From someone who knows the truth about what really happened that night 10 years ago. All the instructions were there in the note. Every detail was meticulously written out. I had no choice but to do what it said. I made the necessary alterations to the scene and fabricated the autopsy report as instructed. There was really no other choice. It had to be done to protect the judiciary. I can only apologize now. Why on earth would you buckle now? Well, there's no point trying to hide it anymore, is there? I would have done anything to stop it coming out, even collaborate in a murder. But the great lie about that execution 10 years ago has been exposed. Whatever happens, I'm finished.
So then, Mr. Trevor, what do you say to that? Your accomplice has admitted everything.
Surely it goes without saying.
You admit your part in it too, then?
I admit nothing. At all. What? Have you forgotten that the Kinesis machine was ripped to shreds by an explosion? Short of me admitting to a crime, there's really no possible way for you to prove I did anything wrong. Order! Order! Whatever this man says, I admit everything. He threatened to expose my secret, so I went along with his plan. And Lord Van Zieks? Yes? I hope you'll accept my apologies. What happens next is in your hands, of course.
I have heard more than enough now. I hereby present the final findings of this court.
Oh.
This trial is not the proper forum which to pursue the alleged wrongdoings of Mr. Trevor. The defendant is Professor Albert Harebrain.
Yeah, but it's not Harebrain that did it, it was clearly Trevor.
32. It had slipped my mind.
Isn't he one of your closest friends?
As the court has heard, Dr. Scythe has admitted to the allegations brought by the defense, thereby absolving the defendant of any possible guilt.
Right, but it's not just Scythe, it's also Trevor. You mean...
Well, at the present time, it is the conclusion of this court that the defendant was not involved in any wrongdoing. Does the prosecution have any objection?
None, my lord. Oh, congratulations, Mr. Naruhodo. You proved Professor Harebrain's innocence.
Without further ado then, the adjudication. Unless the prosecution or defense have any other matters to discuss.
I don't know. This doesn't feel quite right. Why did Dr. Scythe suddenly admit to it like that?
Is everything alright, Mr. Naruhodo?
Like you said before, the way the trial is set to end now, the judge will certainly deliver a verdict of not guilty. Is that really what we want? What the defense should be pushing for now is...
Objection!
The defense objects to the trial ending at this time, my lord. I beg your pardon? We demand one final testimony. You do realize I'm about to adjudiciate in favor of your client, I presume?
What are you playing at now, my Nipponese friend? Why would you want to obstruct the conclusion of the trial at this point? No defense lawyer in his right mind would do that.
I don't know, I feel like only someone in their wrong mind would do that.
Mr. Naruhodo, what exactly are you thinking?
The truth. The whole truth. And a way to bring it all out into the open.
Right.
Yes, in hindsight. Ah yes, one word of warning before I go. If in the course of this trial this afternoon you perceive even a shadow of the doubt about the truth, don't let it out of your sight. Pursue it like a dog with a bone. To the bitter end, you understand? Do not falter, whatever may come to pass. I'm sure Mr. Sholmes knew. He must have deduced that this would happen. Yes, I'm here in court today to advocate for my client, and to secure an acquittal. Obviously. But that's not all. I believe that I have a duty to the court to pursue the whole truth of the case, until the very last detail is bare. And that is why the defense calls for further testimony from Dr. Scythe.
Testimony from me? About what?
About the nature of your collaboration with Mr. Enoch Drebber.
In case it's escaped your attention, I've already admitted to everything I did. The whole truth has already been revealed. So stop wasting everyone's time. As his lordship made very plain, your client will get the acquittal you wanted for him. There's simply no point in protracting this business further with another tedious cross-examination.
Objection!
Pray forgive my careless handling of that hollowed bottle. I slipped.
That's what you call it?
What is your objection, Lord Van Zeeks? The prosecution also calls for supplementary testimony from the witness.
Ooh, she's not getting any favors here.
Don't be stupid. If there is more to this case than that has yet come to light, then I will join my learned friend in pursuing the facts until the bitter end.
Yo, what?
Lord Van Zeeks.
This is most irregular, to say the least. However, as the prosecution also calls for it, I will uphold the request. Dr. Scythe, you will testify before the court, explaining the full extent of your involvement in the murder apparently committed by Mr. Drebber.
Very well. It all began at the scene when I saw the waxwork in the note tucked inside its jacket. The actual body of the victim, as indicated in the note's instructions, was beneath the experimentation stage. The body had to be arranged in certain ways to implicate the defendant, which was my job. I enlisted the help of the entire forensic investigation team to dress the scene appropriately. The truth about the execution 10 years ago is a state secret of the highest level. I had to protect it.
So I was right. The stage and the machine were all specially designed for the deception.
So it seems. And all meticulously prepared. You did well to see it through. See through it. You're a very shrewd boy.
So kind of you to say.
And what about this autopsy report then? All I did was record the location of the bodies being in the Crystal Tower instead of under the stage. That's all. That's a terrible corruption. Only my team were aware of the deceit, and then only under my explicit instructions. Nobody else at Scotland Yard knew anything about it, I assure you.
Oh, we must be thankful for small mercies, I suppose. Well, I believe that testimony's clarified everything. There's no particular need for cross-examination, I would say.
No, I disagree. I can't shake the feeling that something's wrong. Just look at that expression on Dr. Sai's face. It's the defense's right to cross-examine any witnesses following testimony.
What is it about you Japanese that make you all so doggedly persistent?
Very well. If you so desire, counsel, proceed with the cross-examination.
Yes, my lord. I'm not sure what we're uncovering here, but maybe something will come up in pressing. From what you described before, it sounds like the note was anonymous. Did you have any idea who was behind it?
There are very few people in the know about what really happened 10 years ago to start with. But anyway, I'd never heard of this engineer. So no, I had no idea.
Yet despite not knowing who was behind the plan, you went along with it?
I had no choice. Protecting the professor's secret was my only concern.
But the horse has bolted now, and the stable door will never shut again. Scotland Yard's reputation will be immeasurably damaged as a result of all this.
Yes, thank you, Lord Van Zeeks. I'm well aware of that.
So, as I understand it, what you found in the birdcage was the waxwork model. Where then was the victim's body?
Hold it!
So you knew about the special construction of the stage used to carry out the trick then?
It was quite obvious what had happened with the victim in the waxwork.
And you switched the two over, did you? In other words, you recorded the victim's body as having been discovered in the Crystal Tower. And the waxwork...
I wrapped it and sent it by carriage to a specified address at the specified time.
And why were you given such directions?
Presumably it's so it could be recovered by Jabba and returned to Madame Taspez.
I see. And then you put the birdcage back on the experimentation stage?
Yes, although someone obviously made a mistake about which cage should go where. I thought I made it perfectly clear to the team, but still.
I suppose you were focused on the victim's body, that being a more important detail.
The body had to be arranged in certain ways to implicate the defendant, which was my job.
When you say arranged, I presume you mean with this?
Yes, the instructions in the engineer's note said something along the lines of fabricate some evidence to make it clear that the harebrained alone could have killed Osman.
So, you mean that was your doing?
I fetched Harebrain's ridiculous screwdriver from the stage, and took it with me, alone, to the abyss under the stage where the birdcage had fallen.
So, the guy actually did die from falling 30 feet from the top of the experimentation stage to the ground, is what seems to be implied here. The fall killed him, but she added the stab wound to make it look like Harebrain could have done it.
Hello, Doctor.
I didn't feel it'd be appropriate to involve anybody else in that particular part of the deception.
You know, I actually thought this was going to go down. I thought they were going to dig up, somehow, someone was going to dig up the old body of the professor Because this whole time, like, you know, there was that air of, like, is the professor someone who looks very similar to Asmon or something like that? Like that was a question for a while. And I thought maybe, well, because that guy died from a hanging, maybe, you know, somehow the hanging went wrong or something, or they pulled the cord, the rope too tight. Maybe it broke a bone in his neck. And that was the vertebrae that was recorded on the autopsy report for this guy. There's gonna be some like weird corpse switching. But it turns out that was the red herring. There's actually a number of really good red herrings in this case. Really kept you guessing the whole way through. And then plus like the complications of there being two people doing like two completely different crimes at once.
There was a void under the stage where I found the birdcage lying in the dirt. I approached it, leaned down, and slowly opened it up. Then I took the screwdriver in both hands and plunged into the man's chest.
I like this extra budget and showing reenactments of things that went down during a crime like this. You don't get a whole lot of that in the other games. Or if you do, they're like heavy abstractions of the actual events. And then you noted that in your fake autopsy report as a fictitious cause of death.
Exactly.
So, is the actual crime of the death, the cause of death was?
The trauma resulting from the 30-foot drop.
My word. What is it, Mr. Sato?
Something about Dr. Sai's last statement. It's playing on my mind, that's all.
Yeah, mine too. Dr. Scythe.
There's really no need to shout. I can hear you perfectly well.
The defense calls for you to add what you just said to your formal testimony.
Oh? Which part?
What I want her to supplement her testimony with is what she did to the victim or the real cause of death. I want to go with this for now. I need to see where this is going once we finish pressing the rest. The real cause of death being the fall of 30 feet. That part.
Fine, if that's what you want. Just stop yelling, please.
The prosecution concurs.
Very well, you will supplement your testimony now, witness.
If you wish, my lord.
Hold it!
Start pressing this and see where this goes. You're quite sure of that? It was a result of a broken neck?
Yes, as a professional, that was more than apparent. You'd never know just by looking at the photograph of the victim, though, would you?
No, that's very true.
Obviously not. Which is precisely why coroners are needed to determine the actual facts.
Yes, assuming they can be trusted.
As there's no point in calling her assessment into question without evidence.
Let's get back to the testimony.
Very well.
I think we picked the right one, though, because, I mean, it doesn't really matter what she did to the body. I mean, the screwdriver speaks for itself. It was definitely dipped in someone's blood.
Hold it!
The entire team, in perverting the course of justice.
My team consists of the very best investigators there are. I demand loyalty from all members. We operate on a code of chivalry of sorts.
You aid and abet a murderer, commit perjury, and dare to talk of chivalry?
It was a matter of priorities.
What?
Nothing was more important than protecting the secret of the professor. My team did what was necessary without losing sight of the primary goal. I consider their conduct exemplary.
Ugh.
concede the point, Mr. Naruhodo. You mustn't let her win.
I need a lawyer.
I'll take that silence as a tacit acceptance. Now, can we move on?
Hold it!
But at what cost? Faith in Scotland Yard is going to suffer as a terrible blow as a result of this.
And your precious secret is out now anyway. Yes, as you say. And I take full responsibility.
Blow me down, Dr. Scythe! Surely there was some other way you could have protected the secret.
No, there really wasn't. I've done my utmost, believe me. In many ways, I respect your determination.
I nearly froze under that cold stare she said that.
I do believe she was being genuine though, Mr. Naruhodo.
So that's her story.
She's admitted everything and revealed her full involvement in the crime. I do wonder if there could really be much more to it.
Well, I don't know, but I just have a feeling.
Do you, Mr. Naruhodo? Truth is, I find it strange too. How these two are reacting to this in completely opposite ways, I mean.
Yeah, exactly. For some reason, I feel sure they're still trying to hide something. Okay, I want to compare the two... Where is it?
Hold it!
Is this the one that lets me choose? You mean what you did with this, correct?
I was merely carrying out the engineer's instructions. In his words, fabricate some evidence to make it clear that the harebrained cologne could have killed Asmon.
And so you went without any of your team to where Asmon had fallen.
That's right, yes. I leaned down over the birdcage and opened it up. Then I took the screwdriver in both hands and plunged into the man's chest. After that, it was simply a matter of recording the stab wound as the cause of death on the autopsy report. The real cause of death being the fall, of course.
I'm sure there's something in here that in this testimony.
If you think it would make it be appropriate, I'm sure you could ask Dr. Scythe to change the supplementary testimony she gave before.
Yeah, let's change it. I want to see what the other one looks like. Dr. Scythe, what you said before about what you did to the victim's body, I believe that may be significant, so could you change your supplementary statement to explain that instead?
Very well.
Hold it!
So it was you who stabbed Asmon with this?
Yes, far easier than dissection, I assure you. No precision required.
What a welcome change.
The victim died instantly from a snapped neck. All I did was carry out the instructions I'd been given.
And unflinchingly as ever, I'd no doubt.
I imagine you didn't bat an eyelid when you drove the weapon into his body. There was no need to bat my eyelids.
And what else did you do to twist the facts? Remind the court, why don't you?
If you wish.
Okay, I stood over the victim's corpse where it lay in the topple cage and plunged a screwdriver into the chest. Let's read that autopsy report, as fake as it is. Okay. Hemorrhage of a wound to the chest that pierced the heart inflicted by a sharp implement. So where the victim's corpse were laid, topple cage and plunged a screwdriver into the chest. Now, she doesn't say anything about piercing the heart, but I mean... Yeah, it looks like... Wait, whoa. Well, they could have just moved it afterwards, though. She might have, like, done the stab wound first, and then moved the body, right? So I don't like what can we believe of the evidence here to like disprove this? Well, this or the fall statement that we can also put here instead. One of these two. The fall makes sense because there's actual damage on the cage. But maybe he didn't die from that. Who knows? Would it really have been that easy to like stab someone through this cage? I mean, I guess there's enough room in there. I could kind of see it. Yeah, there's nothing else here, so it's really just this one.
Hold it!
I'm gonna change it back to the fall thing because I don't know. I don't know which one of these to believe because like both could be wrong. Right. Yeah, have her change it. Okay. So, this one was, the actual cause of death was the neck trauma Asmund suffered from the 30-foot fall. Now, we have the autopsy report. A broken vertebra, most likely resulting from impact of the sunfall from considerable height. Doesn't say neck, but, I mean... Doesn't look like his neck's broken. And I know she keeps insisting, but I'm feeling like... That's gotta be a lie. It was the screwdriver that killed him. She killed him. She didn't just desecrate the corpse. Or, like, falsify the scene. She killed him.
Objection!
Maybe? Problem is, I don't know if this is the right evidence or not, even if it's the wrong statement. I'll just reload. Neck trauma Asmund suffered from the 30-foot fall. Like, I mean, she said that it wouldn't be visible necessarily, but I just can't really believe her is the problem. Is there anything else on here that we can... I'm not seeing anything else here. Is the bottom that had something? No, we already did that one. I swear I saw another, like... I guess not. Okay, good. So, he has a stab wound in his chest. That is obvious. It does not look like he suffered from a broken neck. Actual cause of death was the neck trauma Asmund suffered from the 30-foot fall. That's what the autopsy... No, the autopsy reports the stab wound. Do I present that anyways? It feels kind of redundant, but...
Objection!
Yeah, okay. I guess it could be the other way around. Maybe we present the autopsy on the other statement? The autopsy mentions specifically Neck is broken from the impact of violent falling. You stabbed in the chest with a sharp object. Yeah. Hemorrhage of a wound to the chest that pierced the heart, inflicted by a sharp. She doesn't mention the heart.
Hold it!
I wonder if we can catch her on that. That seems kind of weird. But maybe. Okay, have her change it back. I'm gonna try the autopsy on this one. I don't know what else is relevant at this point. Where it lay in the toppled cage and plunged a screwdriver into the chest. Okay.
Objection!
No, okay. So it's definitely not this, and it's definitely not the picture. It's something else. But what else do we have that's relevant to this? Actual cause of death was the neck trauma Asmund suffered from the 30-foot fall. Or the screwdriver she plunged into his chest. Are we trying to, so, like, are we necessarily proving she's the murderer, or just saying that, like, something's wrong with her testimony? Something's off about it. Alright, so something's just wrong about her testimony. How are these two reacting to this in complete opposite ways, I mean? For some reason I feel sure they're still trying to hide something. Neck trauma from the 30-foot fall. I mean, the cage landed feet first, but I mean, that doesn't necessarily rule out a neck, breaking your neck. I don't think that's relevant right now. I don't see how it could be. That's just burnt rubber from the balloon. I mean, we already checked out the screwdriver. It's just a screwdriver. No screwdriver is found poking through the grill in the base of what remains of the kinesis machine. It's a very distinctive handle. It was found at the top of the scene. However, like, again, she probably set all that up. You know what? I have an idea. This is a long shot, but
Hold it!
let me swap back to the other one. Man, this swapping these testimonies is a bit annoying. Have to go with that cutscene every time. Sort over the victim's corpse where it lay in the toppled cage and plunged the screwdriver into the chest.
Objection!
Nope. Okay. I thought maybe like something about where we found the screwdriver would matter, but yeah, I mean she set up the whole scene. So anything she says could be the truth, but it doesn't necessarily contradict any of the evidence because she already admitted to manipulating the entire scene. Why do you have to be arranged in certain ways to implicate the defendant, which was my job? Actual body is indicated by notes instructions beneath the experimentation stage. At the scene when I saw the waxwork and note tucked inside jacket. Right, so she found the waxwork in the tower, in the crystal tower. And then... okay, she found the note and instructions on what to do. Actual body was underneath the stage. Body would be arranged in certain ways to implicate the defendant, which was my job. The actual cause of death was the neck trauma has been suffered from the 30-foot fall. Okay, so I think this one is the truth because I think he did die from the fall. We proved that earlier in the case. Her job was to make it look like Hairbrain killed him. The only way that would really work is if it was implied that he stabbed him with a screwdriver. Because anything else would just look like an accident from the machine. Him falling wouldn't mean it's not his fault. So, this is the truth. And then the other one is the lie. I'm just not sure which one we want to focus on for this because like, are we trying to contradict the truth with what we found, or... okay, let's see. There's something here in this testimony, you know, if it'd be appropriate, yeah, we can change it. Okay, I stood over the victim's corpse where it lay in the top location and plunged her. This one's also weirdly more verbose than the other one. It's like very specific, which makes me think I need to disprove it. Oh, it didn't load. Save. I think this is the correct statement, but we just need to figure out what we're actually presenting here. Are we disproving that she did it where the body lay? Or something else? Photograph of the balloon. I'm wondering... I mean, this photo was taken in the tower. But again... it's probably her job to make that seem real. Unless it's something like really weird, like they were talking about dressing the scene, but they forgot about the crossbow. We have to point that out. What was this one talking about exactly? Entire team. I don't know if this really implies that they just forgot the crossbow. Or maybe she was told to just leave it. A team did what was necessary without losing sight. Nothing is more important than protecting the secret of the professor. I mean, it could be a red herring, but I feel like there's no way this is not the statement. This new statement 4. Either 4A or 4B. Where's the picture of the body? This one. I mean, it looks like a stab wound. Like, what else could that possibly be, right? So order the victim's corpse where it lay in the toppled cage and plunge the screwdriver into the chest. I think we already did that one, so... Like, the only two that really... or three that make sense is the screwdriver, the photo, and the autopsy. Okay, wooden cage that was used for demonstration crashed down with the victim side to Crystal Tower, causing damage to its base. So the one we have in evidence is the one that had the wax body in it. Oh, wait, hang on, okay. I stood over the victim's corpse where it lay in the toppled cage.
Objection!
I think this might actually be it, but it might be on the falling one. Hang on, I have an idea. Because the only so there would have been two cages. One that fell from the balloon, and then the one that fell below but had the body in it. This was the one. She said earlier that only one of it sounded like only one of them was damaged. Let's see. One cage that was used for the demonstration, it crashed down with the victim inside, into the Crystal Tower, causing damage to its base. So we know that Asmon was on the stage as part of the experiment. There's no refuting that. He got into the bird cage, plummeted down below, and I possibly died from the fall. This bird cage, I believe, is the one that was supposed to have been in the Crystal Tower with the corpse. It got misplaced back on top of the stage because the other one was still below the stage. So this was not the one with the victim inside. This is the one with the mannequin. Right? And then they moved the other one to the tower to set up the scene. Just trying to think how this works, because I feel like it's gotta be this one then, with the bird cage.
Hold it!
I'm gonna switch it again. I feel like I'm onto something here, but I'm just not sure like what else this could be. Okay, I'm gonna switch to the falling one. I'm gonna try the bird cage. Never change it. She doesn't mention damage, but we know that the other one was the one with the thing in it. That's stuff from 30-foot fall. I mean, it doesn't mention the birdcage at all, though, is the thing, right?
Objection!
No. Yeah, I didn't think so. Okay, I don't know what else it could be, then. Stood over the victim's corpse where it lay in the toppled cage and plunged a screwdriver into the chest. This one has to be it because... But I just don't know what she would have stabbed in there. Is it the fact that she used a screwdriver? But the screwdriver is covered in blood. And then she also had to still move the body, so... I wonder if it's something dumb like, well, if you stab the the body first and then moved it, would there, where was the blood? You know, there should be like a blood trail everywhere. Tell me you cleaned all that up, and she's probably like, yes, yes, I did. Her and her crackpot team. But I thought I tried all the obvious evidence. So where the victim's corpse where it lay on top of the... I don't see any reason why that would be impossible to do, given the location. And the victim's taken after he had ostensibly been beamed to the Crystal Tower. So they probably took him over there to set up this. So I don't think that's the problem. Time of death was October around 2:20 p.m. Is that when the experiment happened? I'm trying to think when this guy would have died. Like if that part is accurate or not. Hemorrhage of a wound to the chest that pierced the heart, inflicted by a sharp implement. Sure it's not this?
Objection!
No. Okay, we definitely, so I think, so we tried the autopsy, we tried the screwdriver on this one, we tried the birdcage, we tried the photo, I think? What does that leave us with? What is the contradiction here? So over the victim's corpse where it lay in the toppled cage and plunged the screwdriver into the chest. Is there anything on here hinting at that fact? We checked the bottom, it's all splintered. That makes sense because it would have hit the ground from the bomb first. That's not relevant yet. We haven't used the glass, we haven't used this photo, I don't think. I don't think we used the head. Can we, like, undo the head yet? No, she still has the key, right? This will probably be later. This look does look very strong, doesn't it? There's definitely no way you could remove the mask yourself if it was put on you. What a terrible way to treat someone, even a convicted criminal. I know, it's starting to make me livid, actually. Mr. Naruhodo, please. I mean, just think about it. Imagine if you had an itch on your cheek all of a sudden. You'd be utterly helpless. I think there'd be a lot more than your cheek itching on a helmet like that. Your whole head would be chafing. Well, yes, that's true. But I'm not sure that warrants quite so much anger. Oh, right, sorry. That's it? Just the lock? We used the trophy. We even used that autopsy report. Did we use the hole? I mean, yeah, it's certainly a hole. Definitely plunging down there. I'm gonna have to look this one. This case has been really hard, because, like, I feel like I just have not been with a lot of these, haven't fully understood what it's trying to do with the logic. Like, I don't think it's bad. This one I really don't think is bad. It's just really tricky. What about this statement is false? Like, if anything, it's more true than the other statement.
Objection!
Just double checking, making sure I tried all of these, because it's seemed to be the case where I skip over something thinking I tried it. So that was autopsy, screwdriver, and then the picture would be the other big one. The body wasn't like... No, it wouldn't have been in the balloon.
Objection!
Okay, see, I thought I did the picture. I didn't do the picture. This was the other one I was thinking. I thought I already tried it, and that's why I was really stumped. I got a nasty feeling that this inconsistency points to an extremely uncomfortable truth.
What on earth is the matter, Council? Have you lost your tongue?
I apologize, my lord. Dr. Scythe, in that last statement of yours, there's just one point that seems to defy explanation.
Out with it, my learned friend.
There's an obvious inconsistency between your description and this photograph, which shows the victim in the birdcage following the events that led to his death.
Objection!
As the court has already examined that photograph in depth, there's nothing new we can learn from it.
Objection!
Yes, we have already considered it, that's true. But we now know the facts to be different.
What do you mean? I believe we should let the defense explain. Where in this photograph would you see the alleged inconsistency with the witness's statement?
Alleged inconsistency of the witness. Okay, the statement being... What was it exactly then? I stood over the victim's corpse where it lay in the toppled cage and plunged a screwdriver in the chest. I mean, she could have still done that and, like, moved the body afterwards, right? Well, okay, is this not the chest? Is it? Well, I guess it's the heart, not the chest. The chest is here.
Take that!
Is that what it's going for? Okay. Look closely at the bloodstain on the victim's chest. Clearly extends in a downwards direction, towards the man's feet. Oh, why didn't I think of that? Gravity was involved, implying that the man was still standing up when he was stabbed.
And why is that significant, Counsel?
If the victim was...
If the victim was stabbed moments before the kinesis machine was set in motion, that's entirely expected. Ah, of course. No, that's not what happened.
Exactly, my lord. And that's a little harder to fake. God damn it, why didn't I think of that? Again, like, really good. That was great, and I'm stupid. Dr. Scythe made it very clear in her testimony just now, at the point at which she stole Professor Harebrain's screwdriver and stabbed the victim, was after the grand deception was set in motion, when the birdcage had fallen below the stage out of sight. And from the shape of it, it's clear that the birdcage would have fallen on its side after a 30-foot drop. And if the victim had really been stabbed whilst inside the birdcage in that position, the blood from the wound would have spread out equally in all directions. For it to have formed a longitudinal appearance we see in the picture is inconceivable. Given that the victim's blood is seeps vertically downwards from the wound, it must be the case that when you stabbed Mr. Asman, he was standing up. Therefore, he survived the fall. In short, Dr. Scythe, your latest testimony was a total fabrication. She helped him out of the cage, he was probably grateful for the assistance, and then bam, dead. Knew it. I was right. Now I've identified that contradiction. There's only one way to explain the facts. We've all been under a great misapprehension here.
What?
What sort of misapprehension? Dr. Scythe, you claim that you were coerced into helping Mr. Drebber as a result of the note he left in the waxwork. You claim that you made changes to the scene of the crime to implicate the defendant. And you claim that you authored a fake autopsy report to cover your tracks. But one of those claims is an out-and-out lie. Because the question of what the bloodstain really tells us has only one possible answer.
If that is the case, what is it, man? So you've clearly struck up a revelation. Now tell the court what it is. Which part of Dr. Scythe's story is now shown to be a lie by the contradiction or testimony?
guess the autopsy report, probably? Because, like, obviously the way he died is now different. Save. Like, yeah, the autopsy report that he, shows that he was stabbed in the heart. But I think... Let me just double check it. Hemorrhage of a wound to the chest that pierced the heart inflicted by a sharp implement. Okay. A broken vertebra. Oh, this! Yeah. Well, if he was able to stand up, then surely his neck wouldn't be broken, right? Or no, wait, is it the stabbing? How she was cursed? No, she would have been cursed with the letter. I don't think there's anything disproving that. The stabbing the victim, I can see that technically being true because, or being like an inconsistency, because you know he would have been stabbed standing up instead of laying down. Oh, then it's probably this. It's probably that's the obvious one here, right? The answer is very simple if you consider the sequence of events. If, when the victim was stabbed, the blood from the wound seeped downwards, as it did, we can be sure that the victim must have been either sitting or standing upright at the time. But as you rightly pointed out, the birdcage would have fallen on its side when it fell beneath the stage. Yes, it would. Which tells us that the victim must have been in that position of his own accord.
Objection!
That's impossible! The man was dead, remember?
No, that is the misapprehension. He was not dead. When the birdcage fell from the stage into the void below, it must have hit the ground with considerable force. But Mr. Asman didn't die in the fall. Man, I really like this case. Like, we actually have, like, false evidence that we have to disprove. And it's not just people lying on the stand like they normally do. It feels different. Like, there's actual, like, shit that's just completely incorrect, and we've been led down the wrong path, and now we have to, like, prove that why that's the case. Probably lost consciousness for a while, but when he came around, he got to his feet to climb out of the cage. Just as Dr. Scythe appeared. If the victim was in fact alive at that point in time, it changes everything. She wasn't going to make the same mistake she did 10 years ago. Make sure he died. Mr. Odie Asman's killer wasn't the defendant, Professor Albert Harebrain, nor was it the mastermind behind the stage trickery, Mr. Enoch Drebber. It was you, Dr. Courtney Scythe.
Order! Order! Can this possibly be true? You've been taking me for a fool? It was you, wasn't it? You killed him.
You hoped that by admitting to being an accomplice in Mr. Drebber's scheme, the trial would end, before you were accused of a far worse crime. Cold-blooded murder.
Oh, do shut up. You're so desperate now, you're making all this up. As if I would do something like that. I assure you the defense is not desperate, Doctor. Mr. Naruhodo has established the facts using evidence and logic alone. Logic? Don't make me laugh. Sadly, your logic has a gaping hole in it.
What do you mean?
I'd have thought it was obvious. A motive, boy. You're lacking a motive. What possible reason would I have to kill Mr. Asman?
'Cause you were asked to?
Asman was involved in many number of criminal activities from coercion to theft to murder. But there is no known connection to Dr. Scythe here. I'm rather relieved to say it does seem somewhat far-fetched.
True, there's no obvious motive, but there's still something in the back of my mind. I feel sure I've seen something somewhere that hints at why the coroner might have done this.
Yes, I might have tampered with the crime scene and concocted a fake report. But murdering someone for no reason is a very different story.
Objection.
No. When you question what possible reason you could have for wanting to kill Mr. Asman, something did come to mind.
What?
What was it, Counsel? Enlighten the court at once.
Yes, we saw it yesterday, didn't we? Something that seemed strange, but we had no reason to suspect it at the time. There's a particular object that explains why Dr. Scythe would have wanted to kill Mr. Asman. The mask? What would that have to do with it? The mask was found in the safe, wasn't it? Scalpels. The screwdriver. Why would that want to? No. Was it the mask? I'm not really sure what the logic is here. Particular object explains why Dr. Scythe would have wanted to kill Mr. Asman. I don't see how it's a screwdriver. The scalpels... I don't even remember the scalpels very well, if at all, from last week. And then for the mask, I mean, the iron mask seems... Just go for it. It's the iron mask. No, it's not the mask, is it? Yeah, it's not the mask. Yeah, that's pretty much the reason I picked it too. Oh, it's the scalpels. Yeah, I don't remember the scalpels at all. So, yeah, fuck me, I guess. Of course.
Did you say scalpels?
Did we see scalpels at the crime scene? Oh, maybe we did. No? What? The only place I remember seeing scalpels was inside the coroner's office. It appeared that word had struck a chord, Doctor.
You. Come on, out with it.
It was yesterday when we visited your laboratory. Look at this big thick book here. Oh, was it the order for scalpels?
Appears to be a counting ledger. It's a record of the forensic investigation team's spending, I think.
Oh? What is it?
It's clear that the team purchases various equipment and supplies on a monthly basis, but, well, one entry seems rather strange.
Really? In what way?
They're buying 500 scalpels every month.
I mean, yeah, but like, okay, that doesn't really explain why that's weird. I mean, aside from the fact that it's weird in its own right, that's a lot of scalpels. It stands out, but why does that make you want to kill someone?
500 scalpels a month?
At first I wondered what on earth you could be using that many scalpels for. But actually, I realize now it's not the scalpels themselves that are significant. It's the money for them, disappearing every month from the department's accounts. Oh, right. Yeah, I know, I forgot about the scalpels when that question was there, and then once they went back to see, I remember clearly now that about the ledger and everything. No, that makes sense. It's money laundering, kind of. Embezzlement, that's what it is, not laundering. Embezzlement. Asman's criminal organization relied heavily on extortion for its funding, placing some money from the forensic investigation team's account to find out where it was going. It would be extremely straightforward. So they were paying him off? Was he blackmailing her about the stuff from 10 years? Oh yeah, of course he was, because he was the one that wrote the article. He was blackmailing her for the last 10 years. So they've been ordering scalpels to pay him off. That makes perfect sense. 10 years ago, when Mr. Asman was still a journalist and wrote this article about Mr. Drebber, he may well have stumbled upon information as he was researching the story. Information relating to Dr. Sai's darkest secret that he would use to rack money from her for the next decade.
Her darkest secret? Good lord, you mean...
I don't know what happened on the night of that execution 10 years ago, but clearly the opportunity to rid yourself of that menace was too tempting to pass up. So in the end, you weren't coerced at all, were you? You did it entirely of your own free will. You stabbed Mr. Asman in the heart with all your might. To silence the blackmailer who knew your dark secret forever.
You'll never understand. None of you. What we've had to keep covered up all those long years.
As very little of the machine remains after it was ripped apart by the bomb, well, the truth of the case can never be properly established unless you speak out.
And if you decide not to, it's very possible that Courtney Scythe will escape punishment for her crimes. Please, sir, own up to what you've done, and tell the court the truth about what happened.
10 years ago you told the truth, and you were robbed of a bright and successful future as a result. I can certainly understand your bitterness, and your consternation now. However, this is surely the chance you've been waiting for, to sever the holds that fate's had over you all these years. Super high voltage instantaneous kinesis? I mean, really. It's the addle-brained mock scientists that are the worst, you know. They don't recognize the fact that they don't have talent. They can't even get that right. And so they end up chasing the impossible dreams, having unbridled faith in their abilities. They go on and on about their wonderful hypotheses, their stupid eyes shining like a little child's. They make me sick. I can't abide their foolishness. Careful, Mr. Drebber. I was particularly pleased with the kinesis machine. It made for quite a show, didn't it?
So you admit it. You admit that it was nothing more than a sham made for the purpose of killing the victim?
Yes, I admit it. I did it all in the name of revenge.
Revenge for the future that Mr. Asman's article had deprived you of 10 years earlier. But the revenge you sought didn't stop at Asman, did it?
Which is where that very particular waxwork comes in. Yes, I see.
The condemned convict that you saw rising from the grave in Lowgate Cemetery 10 years ago. If your account of those events was all true,
Then obviously Scotland Yard couldn't afford to acknowledge what had happened. Even if it meant discrediting a bright young man and discrushing any future career he might have had.
So your plan required that you abduct that particular waxwork model in order to exact your revenge on Scotland Yard as well. Or on Dr. Scythe, to be precise.
It was a year ago. By some extraordinary twist of fate, Asman turned up in my workshop. He didn't remember who I was, of course. He just wanted to employ my services as an engineer. And he happened to have a paper with him. An article on the front page caught my eye. About the coroner who had handled that bogus autopsy being reappointed ahead of a new forensic team. But I learned that news. My cognitive processes started to devise a plan.
What a horrid tale.
He robbed me of my future, so I wanted to use the man's own wiles against him, for revenge. And have that rotten Scotland Yard eating out my hand at the same time. I wanted them all to suffer the same humiliation I'd had to suffer.
Your actions against those who'd ruin your future were justified as revenge. Well, at least to yourself. Certainly, no one has the right to destroy another's prospects, especially for purely selfish gain. And yet, in carrying out your plan, you did exactly that to someone else, didn't you?
Did I?
Professor Harebrain's only crime was passion for his hypothesis. But you had no computation about sacrificing his future to effect your revenge. You knew that he would be forever branded a failure and a fraud. Perhaps life treated you unfairly 10 years ago, and others' misconduct left your life in tatters. But remember this. Your own actions result in exactly the same thing for another perfectly innocent young man.
I...
That's it? No breakdown on this guy?
Lord Van Six, what of Dr. Scythe?
The immediate warrant for her arrest has been granted and she's been remanded in custody, my lord. I presume she will face trial in the coming days along with Mr. Drebber.
A most regrettable situation indeed. She's made great contributions to her profession over the years. It really is a hard truth to swallow. However, that is a topic for some future occasion. For now, Professor Harebrain.
Oh, yes?
It seems there was a great deal more to your experiment than you realized. However, I think we can assume now that all the sordid details have been brought to light. This has been a very long and profound trial, but I'm pleased to say you are absolved of all guilt.
Oh, this whole experience has taught me a very great but painful lesson. This dedicated scientist, this devotee of natural philosophy. I've been selfish and self-centered and above all, a fool.
Professor.
I spent my life thinking nothing about my research. Misguidedly believing that I could do whatever I set my mind to, despite my lack of talent. And the worst of it is, in the process I've caused others pain and misery. Others who are far, far greater people than I.
No, Professor, that's not true.
What?
Don't tie yourself with the same brush as Drebber. What happened was his doing and his alone. This outcome is his fate, not yours. You're not to blame in any way.
Lord Van Zieks. And the derision with which you referred to earlier, calling you a fool, talentless even.
The man has no idea. To believe in yourself and work your fingers to the bone to realize your dreams, that's laudable, not laughable. No one has the right to deride another for such choices.
Oh. Thank you, Brock.
So, ladies and gentlemen of the jury. Yes, my lord. It is this court's expectation that you find the defendant not guilty of the charge which he stands accused. I presume there are no objections.
Whoa, you can't just tell the jury what to pick. It's up to them, no? What's the point of the jury then?
None for me, my lord.
Certainly not.
This trial has made me think. But this is the right decision. It's all been proven methodically and rigorously. I have no misgivings whatsoever.
What's that? He's done, is he? It's all over.
I don't know what's become of the yard these days. I don't recognize the place. Very well. In that case, I hereby pronounce the defendant. Court is adjourned.
We made it. It's over. That was some trial. Professor, what a splendid outcome, isn't it?
Oh, it is, it is. Congratulations, Professor Harebrained. Mr. Naruhodo, Mr. Sato, I am truly beside myself with gratitude. How can I ever thank you enough?
Well, I'm just glad it's all been cleared up. That you realized you were just caught up in a bad situation.
Right now, you know, if I had that research grant money, I'd give the whole lot to you, every penny.
Well, that's very kind, but I'm just a student, so...
Oh, you still need to pay for your services here, though. I'm not public defender here. I charge. We don't need any financial reward. Yeah, Quiddo is more than enough. Oh, hang on here. Oh dear. Oh, what can I do? Huh? But this, as a memento, the paper about my hypothesis is inside.
That's a very, very tiny magazine. Well, and just as a memento then, thank you.
I've been wondering, Professor, what are you going to do now? Oh my, yes, what am I going to do? My hypothesis under my great machine lay in ruins. But still, it's been so long since I was last in London, so perhaps I'll enjoy some sightseeing. I must explore the great exhibition whilst I'm here too, and see if new inspiration hits me. Oh yes, that's a wonderful idea.
Oh. Lord Van Zeeks, what are you doing here?
Baroque?
I'm sorry you had to go through that, Albert.
Well, if I'm honest, it was terrifying. You were like a great demon behind your bench there, snarling down on your prey.
You're one of the true friends I have. I couldn't let it to anybody else to handle the prosecution. Or the defense. Sorry? Or the defense? Did I just hear that right?
I always knew that you had your best interests at heart. Don't worry. How about you show me around while I am here in town? It's been a long time since we left university. We have a lot to catch up on.
Listen, Albert. In a few days, your acquittal will be made official. When that happens, you must head straight to Dover. I'll accompany you.
What?
From there, you will cross the channel and make your way back to Germany. I've already purchased the tickets.
But no, Hold on a minute, Brock. What about the great exhibition? This is a chance of a lifetime for me. I want to look around.
No. No sightseeing, Albert. Give up on the idea.
Sometimes it's hard to see any fault in those eyes, Baroque.
Lord Van Zeeks. What's all this about?
Unnecessary precaution? Yes, I think I understand.
You do?
Well, Iris told me that when you met Lord Van Zieks at his office some days ago, he asked how Mr. Natsume was doing.
Yeah, that's right. I remember being surprised at the time, and think it was nice of him to ask.
The point is, Mr. Natsume is still alive and well. Even though, it's been more than 6 months now since he stood trial with the Reaper as the prosecutor.
You mean the Reaper's influence doesn't stretch overseas?
Those in the Reaper's sights are met their end days or sometimes months after their acquittal. That's been the pattern up till now. But of course, we know that both Mr. Natsume and Gina were completely innocent.
Who the fuck is the Reaper then?
True. And perhaps that governs the Reaper's actions, as the truly innocent are spared. But I don't want to take any chances with a close personal friend.
Even he's scared of him.
Brock! Like some mustache Nipponese, this man should leave the country without delay. That's why I'm backing him off to Germany at once.
Right. Does your friend-shaped package get any say in it?
Goodness, was this your intention all along then, Lord Van Zieks?
In court, where people think of him as the Reaper, this man seems absolutely merciless. And yet, sometimes I feel as though I don't understand him at all.
It's time to go, Albert. Back to the prison for the time being. Ah, yes, alright. Well then, Mr. Naruhodo. Thank you so much for everything.
Not at all, Professor. It was a pleasure getting to know you.
Best wishes, Professor Hairbrain. Well, once the dust is settled, you must come and visit me in Germany. Anyway, goodbye for now. Now, my Nipponese friend.
Oh, yes? I thought you'd gone too.
We have matters to discuss. Can you spare me some time?
You want to talk with me?
I'll be waiting in the courtroom in 10 minutes.
Oh.
We're not done yet.
Well, that was strange. For some reason, I didn't get that sense of impending doom as he walked away this time. The Enigma Baroque Van Zieks. What does he want to discuss, I wonder? My answer waits me in the courtroom, I suppose. Here goes then. Oh, we're still going, eh? Oh, shit. The statue's still there.
So, are you satisfied? You saved a guileless scientist from a great injustice.
Yes, I think so. I'm relieved at least that the man's innocence could be proven.
Anyway, I imagine you've been wondering where my animosity towards you Nipponese comes from?
What? No, definitely not been wondering that. Well, at first I thought you just didn't like me. I imagine you saw me as a pretentious child from an unimportant land who had no business being here. But now I think differently. You clearly know our ways. So I would guess that some specific incident led to your thorough dislike of my race. Will you tell me what happened, please?
The professor. I thought I'd never hear that name in this courtroom again, to be honest. He took your brother's life. Clint. My brother was Clint Van Zieks. 16 years ago, when I was still just in my teens. He was already the director of prosecutions and a key member of the judiciary. I looked up to him. He was everything I aspired to be. He was involved in the establishment of justice systems in foreign countries as well. There were exchange programs between Britain and other nations then too, to share knowledge and ideas. As part of one of those programs, 3 judicial students came to Britain from your homeland, the Empire of Japan. Oh, if it was 16 years ago, then one of them could have been my father. Of course, I remember Dr. Mikotoba well. I had no idea. I was a minor at the time, tiny at the prosecutor's office. One day, Clint introduced me to the 3 visiting Nipponese. So, you've actually met my father. He and his colleagues were polite and amicable. They were adept at their work and exacting in their standards. It was my first encounter with the Nipponese spirit, and it made a very great impression upon me. But 6 years later, that's when it happened. The investigation was going nowhere. There were no suspects even, just an ever-growing list of victims. And in the end, my brother became one of them. The last, in fact, before the case was finally resolved. I'm so sorry, Lord Van Zieks, truly. Clint was always ready to put his life on the line for justice anyway, so he wouldn't have wanted it any other way. He lost his life to the killer, but it was his victory in the end. For me personally, though, it was a great loss. I found myself in a very dark place indeed. But I finally found out the killer's identity. The reason why no one had been able to catch the man soon as he's to be such a mystery. He'd been hiding in plain sight all the time. In plain sight? Are you aware of political events 10 years ago? It was a period of extremely sensitive diplomacy between the British and Japanese empires. A new treaty was being forged, I think. Correct, as the Anglo-Japanese Treaty of Friendship and Navigation was being concluded. The leaders of both countries were deep in extensive political discussions. Which is why this particular killer's appearance in court was conducted as a closed trial. If the British public had known the identity of the killer, not only the treaty would have been in jeopardy, but our 2 nations could very well have ended up at war. What? A war between Britain and Japan? But that would mean... Oh my. You mean to say Professor was... Does he have the key? Is he gonna open the thing?
Its conclusion earlier, I thought to myself, yes, it's time.
Who is the professor?
Time for you to come face to face with this hideous monster.
I pressed minus, that didn't... Okay. I'll just do it myself, I guess.
I borrowed the key for the mask from the proprietress of the Waxwork Museum. So see for yourselves now. Confirm it with your own eyes. The truth that's been hidden this past decade.
Yeah, but this is just one man. Come on. You can't, like, get mad at them for this guy existing, can you? Right?
That's the professor?
Yes, that's him.
Until now, the thought never even crossed my mind. That the mass murderer, whose crimes shook Britain as never before, was Japanese.
My God! I can't believe it.
Wait a minute. That face. I feel as though I've seen it somewhere. It's strangely familiar.
Oh, you thought you could just help yourself to the wine? Man's had a little too much to drink over there. Thought you could sneak a few sips when Barack wasn't looking.
Father.
What? Father?
Is this why he came here originally? I'm surprised this case went with, like, this
3D stuff instead of just doing like CG, like 2D animation, like they have in the past for big things like this.
My best friend, Kazuma Asogi. After a whole year, finally his memories returned.
There we go. Oh, don't tell me that's gonna be on the screen the entire time. Ew. Take a lesson from Neon Falcom, please. Never mind, I'll do it myself.
Ryunosuke.
I don't need the moment ruined by a giant pulsating auto
again.
button in the top right.
My friend.
Kazuma-sama!
Judicial Assistant Mikotoba.
It's been a very long road. Thank you. Thank you for guiding my friend here when I could not.
It was an honor.
I knew you wouldn't die that easily. Kazuma.
I owe you thanks, too, for taking good care of that in my absence.
Oh. Karuma, the great blade of the Asogi clan, passed down through the generations. When we left Japan, this sword was at my friend's side. A Japanese man's katana is his soul, and he couldn't be parted from it. But then, when the incident happened, it was Susato-san's wish that I inherit the sword, and I've kept it with me ever since, along with my memories of the friendship we shared. With this by my side, I always felt that you were watching over me somehow.
I've made it. At last.
Father. Are you saying... Surely not. You mean, you knew all this time? I'm looking at it, but I still can't believe it. This mass murderer is Kazuma's father.
Is that why you wanted to be a defense attorney? Make up for the crimes of his father? Hey, you can't do that. That's vandalism.
Kazuma-sama.
Ryunosuke, we have much to talk about, but now is not the time. I'll be seeing you.
And we're not going to see him again
That's
until the end of the
all
game,
Kazuma said.
probably.
Before he turned and left us there, in the courtroom.
So he's the living afterimage of the man who took my brother's life, is he? Yes, Kazuma Asogi, my best friend. 3 months ago, when Lord Strongheart introduced us, I had an inkling there was something there, some connection. Why did Lord Strongheart do that? Why did he make Kazuma Lord Van Zieg's apprentice?
And when he was suffering amnesia too. The man was apprehended, even executed. But his legacy just won't die. That's the sad truth. Anyway, that's all I had to say. I thank you for meeting with me as I asked. "10 years ago, my grandmother took me to the railway station. We were there to meet my father from the train. For me, it was the first time I'd ever seen him. Poor Susato-san. All this is tied up with painful memories for her too. She's never talked about this with me before though. It took time to adjust to having father around, but just when I was starting to get used to it, he called me into his study one day. He told me that a great friend of his had passed away in London, and that the friend had left behind a son. A boy, 7 years my senior. Father told me the boy had made a promise to his late father, so he was studying to become a defense lawyer. I wanted to help, so I studied to become a qualified judicial assistant. As I'm sure you've worked out, that young man's name was Kazuma Asogi. So you see, that's how he and I met.
For a brief moment, my great friend had returned, only to disappear again all too soon. But in that fleeting encounter, something stirred. Something that had been dormant for a long time. As if great wheels had been set in motion. I could almost hear them creaking into life. In some ways, it was the end of a chapter, but in many, it was the start of a new one.
Well, that ended up being a lot longer of a trials than I thought it was going to be. Holy shit, 6 hours. But you know, that was like, we needed something big and plot-heady. The game's been leading up to it, and it's been a while since we had anything like that. Especially after last game. Last game was like all setup and cliffhangers, and then this one, we needed something. And that's a good thing it happened before Case 4. I think if we took until Case 4, I feel like that would have been a little too soon, or too hasty with the plot. So I was not expecting the professor to be his dad. That was definitely a surprise. I guess we're still not too sure why he did the killings. We also still have the whole Reaper mystery going on. And it seems very unlikely that... Well, actually, I don't know. Does it seem unlikely that Kazuma is the Reaper? I mean, he could have been there the entire time in the first game. You know, killing the victims as well. But considering that the Reaper supposedly took out Baroque's brother a few years ago, it's probably not Kazuma. But I don't know. Maybe he knows something about it too. Maybe that was one of the original reasons he came here. Maybe it was about his dad. Still have a lot of questions to answer. But yeah, the unmasking being his dad was definitely a surprise. I guess we'll probably get to learn more about that in the coming last two cases here. But very, very good case. There was some really tricky puzzles we had to solve, at least in that trial. The rest of the trial was like really easy. I think part of it just came down to I forgot some details from last week. And man, thinking about it, I should have probably figured out that Scythe was the one I was supposed to pick in that one question. I think that made perfect sense, and I do not fault the game at all for it. That was just a really... There was more... You had to consider the facts a lot harder than I was used to in a lot of those situations. So, very unexpected, however welcome, even if it felt like a bit of a difficulty spike compared to previous cases. In the entire series, really. That was actually probably one of the hardest questions I had to answer in the series. I would say. But no, overall, very good case. Lots of really good red herrings. I like the intricacy of having what was essentially two different cases or crime scenes to solve mingled together. The sort of double twist of it was Scythe all along instead of Drebber, when it's seemed really obvious it was probably Drebber. Or maybe they were even working together, but didn't even end up being that they worked together. She kind of just went and did her own thing too. So I kind of like that a lot. That was actually really good. But yeah, surprisingly long case for mid of the game like that. But yeah, next time we'll have episode 4. We only have 2 cases left in the entire series. I wish I didn't have to say that, but they didn't want to announce Ace Attorney 7 yet today. So I guess we're going to have to wait another year or more before we get anything like that. So we got 2 cases left before we're done. But yeah, no, still plenty to come. Probably another couple months worth, I would imagine, given how long these cases have been taking. So that'll be next week. As for now, I will be back on Thursday with what should hopefully be the finale of Mario 64. If you have not yet, if you're on the Discord, there is a poll that I have up. You can go ahead and vote for what is after Mario 64. It is not a straightforward poll at all, but go ahead and pick something. They both have very specific options that I have in mind, and one of them will get picked and played once we finish Mario. Otherwise, Minecraft will continue. We will have next Monday will be Final Fantasy. We finished Heavy yesterday, so there's going to be I have a Final Fantasy stream planned 14 for next week, and then Tevi will return the week after because the DLC should be coming out by then. So, and otherwise, yeah, Mario's going to be swapped with something new next week, and then, yeah, this and Minecraft will continue as usual. So, in the meantime, thank you all for watching tonight. I hope everyone enjoyed, and I will see you next time.